Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 2 minutes. Please welcome to the stage Foreign Policy Editor-in-Chief Ravi Agrawal.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome to Foreign Policy's third annual Climate Summit. It's a real pleasure to have all of you here in person, and also welcome to our viewers from around the world who are watching this on a live stream on foreignpolicy.com. I'm Ravi Agrawal, FP's Editor-in-Chief, and it's my pleasure to get to kick things off today. Now, since the last time we had this summit about a year ago, a lot has changed for good, but also bad. On the good side, the United States has passed the most ambitious climate change legislation in its history, with some $369 billion in subsidies to spur investments in decarbonization and clean energy. It's a really big deal. But just as countries are rising up to deal with the challenge of the climate crisis, the challenge itself is getting bigger. Just a few weeks ago, the latest science from the UN suggested that even if every single country on Earth were to meet the pledges that they've made on climate commitments, it would not be enough. It would not be enough to stop the Earth from warming beyond the 1.5 degrees Celsius, since pre-industrial levels that climate scientists say would take the Earth to a dangerous place. So what do we do? And I think the answer is that we need more. We need more investment. We need greater commitment. We need much more cooperation. We need the public and private sectors to join hands and focus on decarbonization. We need countries to stop bickering about pledges and just do it. We need to focus on mitigation now. We need to figure out a mechanism for loss and damage payments now. And I guess to do all of this, we need more money, money, money. It's easier said than done. The question, as always, is how? How do we get there? How do countries and companies and multilateral organizations join forces to put in place policies and practices we know we need? And that's why we're here today. Whether you're in this auditorium here with us, or if you're joining us on live stream from anywhere around the world, our hope today in the next 3.5 hours is to take you on a journey, to explore all of these issues, and to put tough questions to intelligent speakers, actors, and doers from around the world to find answers to the questions we're posing. We'll hear from here in Washington, D.C., from John Kerry. He, of course, is a former Secretary of State and President Joe Biden's Special Envoy for Climate. We will go halfway around the world to Islamabad to hear from Senator Sherry Rahman. She's a Minister for Climate in Pakistan, which has gone through so much disaster and devastation over the last year. We'll go further east to Seoul, where we'll hear from the chair of the IPCC, the panel that adjudicates on the science of climate change. And we're going to hear from so many other experts in climate finance, climate science, and much else. We need all of your voices here. Now, I want to be democratic about this, so we want to hear from you, our audience, here as well. If you're sitting on a chair, you might be sitting on a flyer that has a QR code. Take a look at the QR code. If you scan it on your phone, it'll take you to a portal where you can ask questions. We want to hear your questions. We want to incorporate that into our discussions. So fire away. And if you're watching from anywhere around the world, there's a question button on our live stream. You can also use the hashtag FP Climate Summit on the social media platform of your choice. Now, I said it's all about the money, 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 so I want to thank our sponsors for this event: Fortescue, Future Industries, Minderoo Foundation, Nuclear Energy Institute, and the Northwestern Buffett Institute for Global Affairs. We could not do this without you, so thank you for your support. And thank you to each of you for engaging with us, for being here today. And with that, I'm going to get us started. I'd like to welcome on stage our very first guest. He is Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island. Let's have a round of applause for him, please. Senator, thank you for being here.
Good to be with you, Ravi. Thank you.
So, money is going to be a theme through the next 3 hours of this event. Let me start with that. I mean, America really did well, I think, in the last year to push through ambitious climate legislation, even though it was strangely named under the Inflation Reduction Act. But the reality is that we need a lot more. We need trillions, not billions. And as a politician who cares about this issue, how do you think America can do more? How can it mobilize more money?
The immediate things that are in process are a social cost of carbon that is coming up through EPA as part of the methane regulation, which the Biden administration assures me will be deployed executive branch wide by OMB as soon as it becomes law through the APA process. The United States government is a big organization. It sends big economic signals. If everything from purchasing to permitting to licensing to regulation is connected to a significant social cost of carbon, it's about $120. That's a very powerful addition to a successful deployment of the IRA. The third thing that's happening is that the EU has pushed the CBAM forward.
What's that?
The Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. So that's basically an international price on carbon between different national economies to reward those that are investing well and being successful in reducing carbon emissions and charge for their negligence those that are not. If the U.S. welcomes and joins with that, that would probably be the most powerful single signal that we could send. And it sends the signal internationally because the tariffs are international.
Right.
So if you have a well-executed IRA, a government-wide social cost of carbon that is robustly implemented, and U.S. and EU, and potentially UK, Australia, Canada, others, engagement with the EU carbon border adjustment, we're not home free at that point, but a path to climate safety begins to emerge. And at the moment, there is no path to climate safety.
You know, in this town at least, every time we refer to the IRA, we call it ambitious. We say it's the biggest climate change legislation this country's seen.
Yeah, which is great, but like low bar, because we've never done any serious climate legislation.
Exactly. But there are also many critics of the IRA, especially in Europe. Economists, for example, will say that it's not going to be that effective because when you couch climate legislation in the guise of job creation or innovation, centuries of economic history will show that doesn't always work out. So how do you think the IRA is actually working on the things it was designed to do?
We will see, but the estimates are that we add 15 percentage points of emissions reduction towards our goal from this. That still leaves a long road to go, but it's the first measurable reduction in emissions from a piece of legislation. And I think you're seeing on the European side, while they seem to resent a bit the America First aspect of it, and they fear a migration of jobs to the United States, our position has been a fairly strong one, which is, hey, if you don't like it, meet us or beat us. And if they do that, and Minister von der Leyen has been saying that that's what she wants to do, then I think they move in our direction. That adds to the emissions effect, and it's a good result. Not to mention that us telling them, go pound sand, meet us or beat us, you know, we're not interested in your whining, would actually be a really good thing for them to say to us about the carbon border adjustment. So if we get both of those going and there's a reciprocal impatience with laggards, then I think some good things begin to happen internationally as well as within the country.
You know, for those of you in the audience, for those of you watching online, you've got our print magazine right in front of you, and the cover story actually refutes some of what you're saying, Senator. Respectfully, it points out that when you have a subsidies race, that often doesn't lead to innovation, it often leads to corruption. We don't need to discuss that now, but there's
that potential, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to be effective. And the far stronger view from people who look at this very professionally is that there will, in fact, be significant emissions reductions because it will facilitate the transition off of fossil fuels to other fuels and overcome the rather corrupt counterpressure from the fossil fuel industry.
Let me ask you this, since we're talking about money, and as I look ahead to COP28 later this year, the Loss and Damage Fund that I think generated so much excitement at COP27, not much money has gone into that fund yet. I think the phrase empty basket has been used. How do you get Americans, I mean, say in your constituency in Rhode Island, how do you convince people to contribute money to very real loss and damages in, say, Pakistan or Bangladesh?
Well, there's a very legitimate question about how much of this should be on other governments as opposed to on the industry that is actually busy causing the problem and corrupting government efforts to cure the problem. So the fossil fuel industry bears enormous responsibility in this area. As a result of the way they can set prices through cartel, they have manufactured enormous revenues for themselves. The $11 billion that was promised and then not provided by the United States is a tiny slice of their annual profits last year. I think it's very important in order to sell the idea that we need to support these other countries to make sure that the right people are making the contribution. And I think the fossil fuel industry has a high level of responsibility for the problem and is trying to push off to governments the responsibility for the solution, which is their basic behavioral model.
How do you flip that dynamic?
Carbon price. Make them pay for it.
And how do you see that working? How much revenue?
Well, not very well yet, because so far they've been quite successful in convincing folks that the government should solve this problem that they made, and that they should just keep the proceeds. What do they call it? Socialize the harms and privatize the profits.
Yeah.
So I think we need to push back at that. It's a much easier sell, I think, if the fossil fuel industry plays a significant part in paying for the harm that the fossil fuel industry caused.
And how do you, again, make that happen in this town? You know, this town that we all love, that's, you know, full of all kinds of stakeholders with various interests. How do you get that point across? How do you make it happen?
Well, winning elections helps a lot. Unfortunately, I'll be blunt about this, the Republican Party has essentially become the political wing of the fossil fuel industry. Just take a look at the plan that Speaker McCarthy has put forward, virtually the whole thing. I mean, I think we counted 280 out of 320 pages is all handouts to the fossil fuel industry. And if you look at how the Republican Party is funded, it's almost entirely fossil fuel dark money. So there's a very unhealthy relationship between the Republican Party and the fossil fuel industry, and that prevents progress because that's what the fossil fuel industry wants to do. So frankly, it's going to take another round of Democratic control in both houses with the ability to use reconciliation as we did. I mean, it's kind of saddening that we couldn't get a single Republican vote for the climate measures of the Inflation Reduction Act. Not one.
You know, I'm a journalist, so it's my job to push you here, Senator.
Push away.
Hasn't your party not done its job in bringing this to the people in the right way? If this is about elections, if everything you're saying makes sense on paper, you know, why doesn't that translate to common, sensible people around this country who should, on paper, agree with you, but then don't at the ballot box?
Well, I complain within the party nonstop that we could and should do more, and it would do us well to do more. But it's not easy. I mean, you're up against an industry that the IMF says enjoys a $660 billion annual subsidy just in the United States alone. So if they're going to spend $6.6 billion a year in politics, that's a 100-to-1 earnings on that $1 invested. And that is a very, very powerful motivation. So they have an entire flotilla of phony front groups out there who spread their message, We see the witnesses come in who propagate their nonsense and their propaganda. I mean, we're up against a very robust effort that has its own news channel to deploy the message. So yes, we could and should do more, and I argue with my colleagues about that all the time. But I think to blame the Democratic Party for not having been more successful in getting things done, when on the other side you have this absolute blockade being run by the fossil fuel industry, is not parity.
Well, we'll hear from them too. You have your tough task set out for you. I'm up against the clock, so I think we're done there. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse.
Thanks for having me on, Ravi.
Thanks for your time.
Best wishes.
Great to hear from you. All the best. Well, I'd like to welcome on stage our next guest. That is Selwyn Hart. He's a special advisor to UN Secretary General. He's also an assistant secretary general on climate action. Mr. Hart was formerly the chief climate change negotiator for Barbados. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Ravi.
It's great to have you on. Great to meet you in person.
Thank you.
Same here. So, you know, we were just talking about the loss and damage fund a little bit. It was a big win at COP27. Not much money has been committed to it so far. Are you disappointed?
Well, first, it's a pleasure to be here. And we've been in this fight for multiple decades. The decision that was taken at COP27 to design and operationalize a loss and damage fund, I believe was 3 decades late, but nevertheless, it was a step in the right direction. The reality is we're not doing enough to protect those on the front lines of the climate crisis across the world. The reality is that we're mobilizing on average about $20 billion a year in finance for adaptation, far less for loss and damage, 20 billion. And this 20 billion really is to service the needs of the overwhelming majority of the developing world. So we're not doing enough on adaptation, on loss and damage, which is essentially about saving and protecting the lives of those on the front lines of the climate crisis.
It really is. Now, I mentioned you're, of course, from Barbados. I want to take us for a moment to Pakistan, and I want to put forward a voice, a very poignant voice, the climate minister of Pakistan. Her name is Sherry Rahman. And before we hear from her, I just want to tell you a little bit about what Pakistan went through. Last year, they had historic drought, which made the ground sort of crack up and become very dry. Then they had incredible heat as the summer months came on, which led to the Himalayan ice caps beginning to melt. Then they had torrential monsoon rains for months. That led to biblical levels of flooding, which then submerged about 1/3 of Pakistan's landmass. Parts of Pakistan are still underwater. With that context, this country that has gone through so much, a debt crisis, a political crisis, a radical extremism crisis, now has a real climate crisis, a here and now danger on its hands. And I want us to listen for a moment to their climate minister, Sherry Rahman, who's dealing with the here and now, but also the longer term problem of how to build resilience in Pakistan. Let's listen in.
Again, to understand what a loss and damage fund payment would do for Pakistan. How would it help? Because we're talking about this is no longer mitigation. This is very much in the adaptation phase. And loss and damages would help Pakistan deal with the fallout to some extent.
So, you see, we were hoping, and right now it's a very incipient plan. I mean, the loss and damage has not been operationalized. It is still discussing. The transition committee is going through modalities. And, you know, there's a worry that these kind of funds may not be designed to meet the needs of the onset of terrible unpredictability, of the exogenous shock that countries face, of the scale of vulnerability that we experience in very large numbers. So I think the world, it's not just about Pakistan, it's about all those, especially small emitters, who then don't have any tools to change their future. I mean, if Pakistan goes completely green and renewable tomorrow, then we still will experience this level of burn, and we have been for 3 years running in the south of the country, the hottest place on the planet. 53.7 degrees is not fit for human cultivation or habitation, right? You can fry an egg on the pavement, but will you be standing there to eat it? It's that hot. So I'm concerned that we don't have funds that can be leveraged at scale, nor can they be accessed with the speed and agility that countries now increasingly need in what is boiling up to be a very dangerous decade for all of us. And therefore, it's a decisive decade.
Gosh, Selwyn, she said you can fry an egg on the pavement, but you might not be around to eat it. What's the UN's perspective on this? What can it do?
Well, the reality is that what we're seeing in Pakistan, or what we saw in Pakistan, that's the present reality of the developing world, most of the developing world. And this is at warming levels of 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, right? The current commitments that we have on the table will result in warming closer to 3 degrees Celsius, right? So we need to rapidly, and the minister is right, this is the decisive decade to rapidly reduce emissions. It's the big emitters, the G20, they represent 80% of global emissions. But at the same time, we need to simultaneously ramp up and scale up investments in adaptation and loss and damage. The IPCC recently said, or said a few years ago, if you're living in one of the global hotspots of the climate crisis, South Asia, Africa, Central or South America, or a small island developing state, you're 15 times more likely to die from a climate impact. All right, so, you know, and these are the regions, as the minister said, that have contributed least to the climate crisis. So you have this, you know, massive injustice where those that have contributed least are being most impacted. And quite frankly, if we're being honest, the international response to the adaptation and the loss and damage needs of these countries, peoples, and communities have been woefully inadequate. So this is why the Secretary General has been such a massive supporter and voice of reason, advocating for securing and delivering climate justice to those on the front lines of the climate crisis. I'm encouraged by the discussion on climate justice in the United States and in Europe. But climate justice does not stop at your national borders. It must be extended globally to those that are on the front lines that have not contributed to this crisis.
You know, I get the feeling that every time we have a climate summit or we go to COP, these discussions come up. We all say we need to do more. Not much ends up getting done? Or is there a trend line of more getting done? How do you see it? And I'm curious for your perspective, because you've been on several sides of this debate, representing Barbados, but also at the UN. Are you optimistic?
Well, I have to be optimistic, but also realistic. At the UN, we have to be optimistic. The reality is that we are in significant trouble. Every indicator on climate is heading in the wrong direction. But the good news is we have the financial and technological tools to solve and address many of the challenges that we face. You know, it's often said political will. Yes, political will is absolutely essential. And we need political will and we know where we need that political will. We need the big emitters, we need the rich countries to be more ambitious domestically, but also internationally. And we need them to work together. We need absolutely, and this is one of the reasons why the Secretary General has called for a G20 solidarity pact. This is why he's called for this acceleration agenda. We need them to set aside their divisions, their tensions, and work on climate together. Climate and addressing this climate crisis, it needs to be an area of cooperation and collaboration, not on conflict or confrontation. So what makes me optimistic is that we can still solve this. Renewables, we know that renewables can help us to rapidly decarbonize energy systems. We know that emissions from energy, they represent about 75 to 80% of total global emissions. And we know that renewables, can be seen as almost the vaccine for the climate crisis. But we need rapid and accelerated deployment of renewables, not only in the United States, not only in Europe or the G7, but in the developing world. And we need to help these countries to overcome the barriers and difficulties of this rapid required deployment of renewables. And we already have some models on how to do this. The Just Energy Transition Partnerships that were launched over the course of the last 2 years in South Africa, Indonesia, and in Vietnam represent a good template for, how to engage and support large emerging economies. But we also need to work on the adaptation and the loss and damage side and really truly engage vulnerable developing countries so that we can save lives and prevent the loss of lives and the decimation of societies and economies, the mass migration, the security challenges that we will see if we don't save those on the front lines.
You were so eloquent. But, how do we go from words to action? Is there any legal mechanism or any pressure that the UN can put to bear on the countries that aren't doing enough?
Well, we have the Paris Agreement, and the Paris Agreement really is the best multilateral tool available to us. It sets the global ambition, 1.5. It has transparency mechanisms and systems in place to allow us to verify what countries are doing. But countries decided long ago that they did not want a mechanism to punish them for not living up to their commitments on climate. And this is similar, and this is similar to other issues as well. It's not limited to climate. But the fact that we have a Paris Agreement where all countries have made commitments, they're vastly insufficient, they're woefully inadequate, but we have this international framework. It allows us then to continue to put pressure, political pressure, on countries, but the reality is ultimately it is up to countries. It is up to countries to take the actions that are absolutely necessary. You can be assured that the Secretary General, he will continue to be that voice of ambition. He will continue to serve as a neutral and honest broker. He will continue to be a truth teller, which is absolutely important in an environment where there is this deficit of trust between countries, but also a deficit of trust between people and the institutions that govern them. So the answer is we will continue at the UN to push with the tools and instruments that we have. But we need countries to step up. We need countries to truly lead. You cannot anoint yourself as a climate leader and still be expanding fossil fuels. Whether you're a government, or whether you are a corporation.
Indeed. Well, I promised that we would run this in a very democratic manner. If you haven't sent in questions yet, please do. There's a QR code for those of you who are seated here. If you're watching this on live stream, hit the question button. I'm going to call on my colleague Claire, who's been collecting questions, and she has one that she's going to pose to you, Mr. Hart.
Thanks.
We have a question from Fatin Ibrahim here in Washington, D.C. He's wondering, in your opinion, what more can multilateral development banks do to support the climate agenda beyond climate finance, given their development mandates and limited political role?
Thank you so much. That's a fabulous question. You know, and I served on the board of an MDB a couple of years ago. The MDBs, they occupy a unique and privileged, I say privileged position in the global financial architecture at the intersection between public and private finance. They absolutely can do significantly more to mobilize private finance at scale in the developing world. The reality is 75% of global emissions are in the developing world. And we need to rapidly scale up renewable energy investments across the developing world. But developing countries face a number of obstacles, the biggest being the high cost of capital. Same technology, but different geographies. The cost of capital for a renewable energy investment in Pakistan before the rise in interest rates was about 20%. Same investment in the US or Europe, 1%.
Wow.
Right? 1%, whether it's equity or debt, 1% in or less in the US or Europe, close to 20% in Pakistan, 20% in Nigeria. Now the MDBs, they can help private investment or help these developing countries to lower that cost of capital, to significantly lower that cost of capital with guarantees, flexible instruments, as well as deploying policy tools to help countries to reform domestic markets, to incentivize private investments. So the MDBs have a massive, 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 massive role to play in helping to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy. They also have a massive role to play on the adaptation and resilience side. Adaptation, it's agriculture, food, water, infrastructure. These are all sectors that the development banks have decades of experience in and really can help the developing countries to attract the types of investments that are needed in these sectors to save lives and protect livelihoods. So you know, but it requires consistent, visionary leadership in these institutions. It requires these institutions to get very clear mandates from their majority shareholders. And, you know, in the case of the World Bank, IDB, the majority shareholder is the United States. And the U.S. has a really massive role to play in driving reform, massive reform of these institutions so that they can play the role that is required in a crisis situation.
And the World Bank has a new leader. Everyone will be looking out to see what Ajay Banga does. There's lots more ahead today, so stay with us for that. Selwyn Hart, you are the Assistant Secretary General for Climate Action at the UN. Thank you for your time.
Ravi, thank you. Look forward to continue working with you. So thanks for the Thank you. Come on.
Up next, please welcome Senior Vice President of Policy Development and Public Affairs at the Nuclear Energy Institute, John Kotek, Senior Director of U.S. Policy and Advocacy at Breakthrough Energy, Robin Milliken, and Vice Chair of Global Investment Banking at CIBC Capital Markets, Lisa Raitt. This discussion on mobilizing green investments will be led by Maggie Lake, veteran journalist and founder of Maggie Lake Media.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. It's wonderful to see you all in person, including our panelists. It's always nice when we get the chance to gather. And we've already had a fantastic conversation. Lisa will be joining us virtually. And I'd like to start by picking up on something that Ravi said. The challenges are immense, and I think he put it very accurately and very bluntly. We need more money, but I think we also have to make sure that money goes where it's most needed and is going to be the most effective, which is also part of the challenge. So as we kick off, Lisa, I'd like to begin with you. What can be done to incentivize green investment and mobilize money to fill this enormous funding gap that we still face, even with the commitments that have been made?
Thanks, Maggie. I appreciate it. It's wonderful to join you all here today. I think I should tell you that my bias is I'm a former politician in Canada. So therefore, I view these matters from a public policy point of view. The major thing we need to remember is the fact that the choice to go to green transition is a choice being made by governments around the world. Therefore, it's not a natural capital markets kind of deployment. So you need to have that assistance from governments. How each government's going to approach it is really going to be dependent upon the emissions challenge they have in their country. In Canada, for example, 28% of our emissions come from oil and gas production. In the United States, it's not so much. It's power and transportation. But at the same time, we always have to take a look at what's happening around the world from a competitive point of view. Knowing that governments must be involved, you also need to compete with other governments to make sure that capital decisions are happening in your own country. So with the Inflation Reduction Act having $369 billion worth of incentives for supply chains, for transition, Canada can only do what it can do. So it has two things that it must remember. Number one, whatever it is that they're going to try to incent with the public purse, it's going to have to help reduce our overall emissions, predominantly oil and gas. But secondly, we have to be competitive with the United States. As the senator said at the beginning, it's either meet us or beat us. And we certainly have taken up that challenge as best we can here with the resources that we have. But we have to be focused, and we have to make sure that we're ready for the reinvention of what supply chains are going to look like, and be focused as well on the sectors where we can make a change. So in order to attract the private capital that's going to be needed, governments really have to be picky and choosy and keeping in the backs of their minds and in the front of their planning what it is they're really trying to accomplish. And it's twofold. You want to reduce the emissions that have the most impact in your country in order to hit your Paris Agreement obligations. And number two, you want to make sure that you have an economy that's going to be transitioned as well and just not leaving people behind.
That's so interesting. Robin, I wonder if you could respond to that. Competition is healthy. Competition often spurs innovation. But it can also work against progress if you're all racing and sort of hoarding resources. And I think that we saw what happened during COVID when there was global cooperation and everyone united, the enormous progress that can be made quickly. So could you talk about a little bit about the tensions when we're talking about policy, trying to make sure countries remain competitive, but also we get the sort of momentum that we need in terms of mobilizing capital? How are you approaching this from a policy point of view?
Sure. Yeah, this is a really interesting moment, actually, where I think we're still actively wrestling with this question. Climate obviously is a global problem, so we all need to be in it together. I think that's very clear. But we're also in a moment where the United States, for example, with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, has chosen to very aggressively invest through an incentives-based approach in clean technologies, and that's great. We should celebrate that because, you know, the U.S. is finally in the game, and we're now within striking distance of our NDC, which is fantastic. So that should be celebrated, you know, as we think about what's needed to get to net zero. But what we also don't want to see happen is, you know, that ends up contributing to a sort of global subsidy race to the bottom, and that, you know, folks kind of retreat to their corners. So we definitely need to continue through diplomatic channels, through economic channels, others, figure out how we work with allies. I like to think about a term that Secretary Granholm actually coined called co-opetition, right, where we need to compete in some realms and we need to cooperate in others. And I think there are examples where cooperation is happening. One thing that was agreed upon actually a couple of years ago between the U.S. and Europe is an agreement to basically reduce tariffs on low-carbon steel and aluminum. We're still working out with Europe how actually we want to implement that. Europe has a very different, policy scheme than we do, including the emissions trading system that they have over there. We don't have anything like a carbon price or a cap and trade system, but we can definitely align on, things like shared performance standards to actually implement that cooperative agreement. So there are definitely things that we should cooperate on. Critical minerals is another example where we can't afford not to have allies and friends.
It's not lost. You all have a copy of FP, the issue of deglobalization, regionalization, the geopolitical tensions around that are everywhere, I think. John, how is this playing out in the nuclear space with some of the challenges around the geopolitical backdrop? There is also a lot of momentum. Now we're talking about climate and energy security in the same sentence, which I have to think has been a big change for nuclear.
Yeah, there are a number of things that have really driven us to where we are with nuclear and the increased interest. Certainly the Russian assault on Ukraine has been the most recent thing that's really focused countries on the importance of energy security and reliable energy partners. So that's leading to the interest you're seeing in places like Poland, Romania, and beyond in working with U.S. nuclear companies. Before that, it was really the climate imperative and the drive to decarbonize. And we've gone in the nuclear sector over the last half a dozen years from a conversation around how are we going to keep from shutting down well-run nuclear plants for economic reasons to how are we going to get to building more at the pace we're going to need them. That's been driven by both the carbon imperative and the commitments that have been made either by states or by utilities to decarbonize, the interest their customers have in decarbonizing their energy supply. But it's also been driven by the recognition that you need something that's firm and clean or dispatchable and clean to complement rising shares of things like wind and solar that we're going to build a lot more of, but need to be complemented with something that will ultimately keep the overall cost of the system down and reliability up as we decarbonize.
Just quickly before we move on, are we past the point where there's a public relations problem with nuclear? Or is it still not in my backyard?
So every survey you see sees support for nuclear going up. What matters at the end of the day when it comes to building and operating nuclear plants is what does that local support look like? And what we find in our survey research, and that done by others, is the support for nuclear energy is strongest in the communities that have it. And so if you look at where new nuclear has been built, the plants in Georgia, for example, the proposals to build in Wyoming or Idaho and beyond, those are all places that are either familiar with nuclear or they're familiar with energy, and the lack of public support is not a problem in those places. We enjoy very strong support.
Lisa, you mentioned this is an area that has to have an element of government and private cooperation. I think that's comes up again and again anytime we're talking about climate or SDGs. In some cases, these are longer-term projects. Is there enough interest from the private sector? What's the discussion with the private sector to pull those funds in? Because it can't just be government alone. What are you seeing? What's happening on that front?
Well, certainly when boards are making decisions on capital allocations, because they're oftentimes in a number of different countries, what they want to take a look at is what kind of investment tax credits they're going to get, whether or not there's some kind of PPA available to them to decrease the production costs. I mean, it does come down to hard numbers and what's most beneficial for the deployment of their capital. But I also think it's important to remember where the investment is happening as well. So something in Canada like a pretty clean grid already in terms of electricity production through nuclear, through hydroelectricity, and through abated natural gas can be something that's taken into consideration as well. And certainly that's what you're going to see our country here in Canada trying to put out in the window. So it's a combination of hard dollars as well as an appropriate environment for the renewables or for the project that's happening. And then the last piece that I think is important as well is governments have to demonstrate that when it comes time for these massive projects to be constructed, that they can actually get constructed in a timely fashion. Because if you have a time-limited tax credit or you have a time-limited PPA, if 3/4 of your time is eaten up getting permitting and going through community consultations before you can actually get a shovel in the ground, then it's all for naught. You really do have to make sure that all of the pieces work together: the processing, the permitting, the construction, as well as the decisions around whether or not to deploy your capital in a certain area.
I see heads nodding all around. Both of you respond to that. Robin, how much of a challenge is that?
Well, incredibly well said, Lisa. It's a huge challenge. I mean, we were actually in the green room just now talking about nuclear. If you look at what's needed to, finance nuclear, you need all of these different components to come together, right? You need a utility that's willing to do the project. You need a technology provider. You need, of course, the capital that's willing to invest in the project. You need an off-taker, ideally many off-takers. You likely need government dollars, at least for the initial demonstration and early deployments to de-risk the technology. So it is really complex, not to mention, some of the siting and permitting issues that, we undoubtedly need to resolve in the United States. Thankfully, nuclear isn't particularly susceptible to those, but it is something that, affects things like transmission lines, for example. And of course, you also have things like, do we have the workforce we need in order to deploy all these technologies? Do we have people that are trained, especially in the mid-skill professions, that are, capable of doing steel welding, pipe fitting, all the things that are really important to getting these projects built on time and on budget. So all these things are definitely things that we need to be very attentive to. Thankfully, there's policy support now where it will help unlock some of those, bottlenecks and barriers. But some of those things that I mentioned, like siting and permitting, are still things that are working their way through the legislative process here.
I'm so glad you brought up the issue of talent, because it's often left behind. We often focus on the issue of permitting and the political will. We know people love to talk about shovel ready, but this is another aspect of this that you don't just flip a switch. How severe is the talent shortage when we're talking about clean energy? I know you can speak to this, John, because I hear this all the time with nuclear. But how widespread is this?
Yeah, I don't have hard stats
just
off the top
generally,
of my head,
though, anecdotally.
But anecdotally, we're hearing that it is a major challenge, right? We especially need, again, people in the mid-skill professions where these are projects that are going to be built all around the country. Thankfully, there are some areas where there's actually a pretty good skill fit. If you look at, for oil and gas jobs, for example, people that drill wells are actually very well suited to work on geothermal projects, for example. There's a close to one-to-one skill match there. We're also seeing with nuclear, and John can speak to this, for folks in communities where there's a retiring coal facility. Those are people who are actually very excited to work at nuclear facilities. This is something that we've seen in, TerraPower is one of the advanced nuclear companies that's hoping to deploy its first project in Kemmerer, Wyoming. That community is really enthusiastic. So there is also a, sort of energy transition angle to the jobs piece as well, but definitely something that, we need to be very attentive to.
Which I think would pull in government support. And again, more money when you're talking about training as part of it. That's just another incentive for that public-private partnership. Yeah. John, I know talent's an issue with nuclear because we haven't been in the nuclear business in some places in a long time.
It is, and so workforce challenges have been part of what I'd say is the near-term struggle that we're facing. It's absolutely surmountable. To Robin's point, for example, closing down coal plants, once you get beyond the nuclear island, a coal plant and a nuclear plant look a lot alike. And so our CEO talks about how she used to bring, when she was running a nuclear plant, she would bring the coal plant workers down to do the maintenance on the nuclear plant, on the steam supply side when things were shut down. So that's going to work, and that's got communities very excited. The other thing, the reason I've got some confidence that we'll be able to get past this is, the bulk of the people that are going to be required at these plants are actually going to come through, whether it's the military. We get a lot of folks in the Navy, a lot of folks from organized labor, a lot of folks from who go through the community college type of programs. And because nuclear jobs are far and away the highest paying in the electric sector, and because the jobs are so long-lasting, and for those people working at a plant, they tend to be in a place where you can actually put down roots. We actually, when it comes to a competition for clean energy workers, we do pretty well.
Lisa, I'd say that we were talking about the geopolitical tensions. In the last year or so, I do a lot of financial reporting. I talk to fund managers, investors all the time. There was a clear backlash against ESG investing with the concerns about energy shortages, maybe concerns about how legitimate the funds were. What are you seeing in real time? I feel like there's a sort of Twitter conversation happening, and then there's what's happening on the ground. How are ESG investment interests and flows affecting projects? Are you seeing more money? Are you seeing more skepticism? What's the state of play there on that side?
Right. So I would say that there's a lot more optimism about ESG as something by which to measure investment than there is negativity. I don't think this is something that's going to go away. For those who may wish it was going to go away, it certainly is not. Governments have committed to this, and they're putting in public policy levers that reflect such. And I think the larger financial institutions understand that and have embedded ESG into their own practices. And that means it's going to trickle out to customers and clients as well, where they'll be measured and they'll be asked about what kind of priorities and what kind of processes they have in there. Now, getting down to the nuts and bolts, are we going to be measuring on scope 1, scope 2, scope 3? I think that's far in the distance. But the concept of ESG as being important in terms of investing, in terms of what your book of investments look like and where you want to deploy your capital, I think that's here to stay. And people have definitely bought in is such a bad term, but people understand the imperative of reducing emissions of CO2 in the world. And as a result, we are pivoting in that direction.
Before I ask Robin a question, Claire, if there are any questions, just let us know. We'll bring them into the conversation right now. So feel free to, if you have one, we'll certainly take it. I'd like to try not to wait till the very end so we hear from all of you.
Wonderful. So just following up on the conversation about workforce, Alyssa at the State Department was wondering if you have any suggestions for less developed nations as they try to transition their workforces away from fossil fuels toward cleaner energy.
Great question. Would either of you like to take that?
Yeah, well, certainly I think that's something that our State Department has shown some real interest in, is developing some programs, particularly in the nuclear space, to try to help other countries build up their capabilities. So I think there are resources available. I would encourage folks to take a look at what State has to offer in that space, and certainly reach out to me if you need some help finding the right folks.
Thing to add, other than, there's a huge amount that we can do through diplomatic channels, also through our international development programs, to think about what a more full spectrum approach looks like, not just investing in the projects in these places, but also potentially the people. So agree with John on that front.
Robin, you cover the entire scope of policy around clean energy. We were talking about nuclear. Where is some of the excitement? Whenever you're talking about private sector capital, they always want to know what's going to work soon, and when can I get a return on my capital? What are you seeing that's exciting? Where are flows moving that we need to pay attention to?
Sure. Well, huge excitement, certainly all the more so now because we've had 3 bills pass in the last 18 months that will make significant investments in a range of clean technologies in the United States. So in 2021, we had the passage of the infrastructure bill. And then last year, we had both the CHIPS and Science bill, which has about $11 billion in authorized R&D at the Department of Energy, as well as the Inflation Reduction Act. So you put all those things together, it's about $500 billion of public investment going into clean technology that will mobilize a huge amount of private capital. Some of that private capital, of course, is still waiting on the sidelines to see what comes out in the tax credit guidance through the Treasury Department. I know they're moving expeditiously to try and get that guidance out quickly so that capital can flow. But no doubt that this is a transformative moment for clean technology investment. In terms of what we're seeing, so we're a little bit of an interesting organization. For those of you who don't know us as well, we were founded by Bill Gates in 2016 to really work on, solving for what we saw the fundamental problems were with the Clean Tech 1.0 experience, right? Where you saw that there were kind of two fundamental problems. One is there's no natural market for low carbon products, right? In a lot of cases, we're talking about things that are still much more expensive, where the incumbent technology works very well. So that's a fundamental problem. And of course, there's an externality that needs to be dealt with in carbon emissions through policy. So that's, problem number one. Problem number two is if you're talking about hard tech, we're, talking about really long development cycles for the technology, often high capex, and it's a highly regulated market, right? So the things that we, have seen in the venture model in terms of the unicorns that have happened mostly in the digital space really aren't applicable to hard tech. So we got started to really think about how do you bring together technology, policy, and markets in more of a coherent, unified strategy. So I work on the policy side of the organization, but do spend a lot of time with our venture fund, with our project finance initiative. And what we're seeing is there is a ton of interesting talent going into the space, right? Lots of people that want to start companies, everything from alternative proteins to long duration energy storage, carbon removal. So a plethora of really cool things coming down the pipeline. And there's, of course, increasing private sector interests, through commercial lenders, et cetera, in actually putting money into companies and projects. So we're doing some of that ourselves, but also working with the broader ecosystem to get some of these things deployed. We've now got 100 companies in the venture portfolio, which is crazy, really, really cool. But we're only one, part of the broader ecosystem. There's so much more going on. It's really exciting.
Yeah, Lisa, I saw you shaking your head. That is a challenge, isn't it? Because when you hear clean tech, you're very excited, but then you do have those people who are looking for the unicorn and maybe coming at it through a tech lens. And it is a bit more complicated than that, isn't it?
It really is. And what I was nodding at is the fact that it's such a long tail in terms of how much time is going to have to go into before you get to the point where that tech is there. And that's really tough on planning. So I'll give you an example. It would be fantastic if hydrogen could take over tomorrow. But the reality is hydrogen is going to take a long time. And it'd be great if we could deploy, 1,000 megawatt nuclear on the turn of a dime. But it's not. It's going to take a long period of time for that to happen. And I think where we may be faltering in terms of the whole transition piece is I think we're optimistic on how much time it's going to take for us to really turn this gigantic vessel. And we're up against a real climate imperative of reducing emissions. So it's an exciting time. I'd love to see unicorns, and let's put all kinds of bets on this technology. And hopefully some of it will come to fruition earlier on the timeline than normal.
And again, this is why you need that partnership, not only, I think, interestingly, with public-private, but also with intermediaries who sort of bridge those two, who have patient capital, as patient as it can be right now. Claire, any other questions we should field as we start to?
Yeah, absolutely. We have one from Ulrich Trotz here in DC. He's asking, are there any plans for micronuclear pilot projects for the U.S., and are they considered to be part of the energy transition plan? And if so, what does the supply chain look like in the short term, mainly for uranium?
The answers are yes, yes, and it's coming along. Okay. There are several microreactor demonstrations scheduled for the U.S., a few at the Idaho National Laboratory where I used to work, but others in the U.S. as well. That's one of the, to your earlier question, that's one of the areas of generating some real excitement in the nuclear space. Part of it is tied into what I think is a really emerging opportunity, which is the use of nuclear to help decarbonize non-electric energy uses. This fairly recent announcement between X-Energy, a nuclear developer, and Dow Chemical, I think it's just the tip of the iceberg of what you're going to see in terms of oil, chemical, and other companies seeking to decarbonize their own products, investing in nuclear and using nuclear to help bring down the carbon intensity of what they put out in the market.
For those of
Could
us,
I add something? Sorry, just
Please.
a little commercial here. If you're talking about uranium supply chain, remember Canada to the north. We have a lot of uranium, and we are more than happy to send it down to the United States. We're a trusted partner.
Here, here.
for those who may not be familiar, microreactor.
Yeah, they tend to be single-digit, maybe low double-digit megawatts, as opposed to the 1,000-megawatt-ish reactors that we have most places around the world, in the few hundred megawatts of most small modular reactor designs. So that's
I
kind of
get
the
it, small
spectrum.
modular reactor. We receive a lot of questions from investors on this because I think, and correct us if we're wrong, that the idea is that they are quicker, right? Just easier, smaller to build, don't have the tail that Lisa talked about, can be deployed everywhere, might be a game changer or move the needle more quickly. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and it's factory construction, so you're just doing assembly on site for the most part. Smaller additions of capacity, so it's not as big a price tag, and ultimately easier to permit and construct and bring it to operation, and more flexible too, and work with renewables.
Is there a risk that the interest in that moves away? Do we also need the longer term, bigger projects?
We do, and that's actually what you're seeing interest in Europe and Southeast Asia and other parts of the world where they still need those big chunks of capacity to come in. They're looking at the large water-cooled reactors that we use here in the U.S.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We are just about out of time, but I would like to thank you all. This is such an important conversation, and as you can see, you can't leave the money out of the conversation, but whenever you talk about the money in this space, it has to go hand in hand with policy, with an understanding of technology, and with an understanding of training, and I think that the three of you made that abundantly clear. But as Ravi said, we still need more. So hopefully having all of you work on it will help us get there. So thank you all, not only for participating in the panel, but for all the work that you do in this area.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next up, Dr. Maisha Alam, Foreign Policy Vice President of Research for FP Analytics, will take the stage for an interview with Climate Advisor for the White House, Ali Zaidi.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for being here. It's my pleasure to now welcome Ali Zaidi, who is the National Climate Advisor at the White House. And I can't think of a better person to have this conversation with, so thank you so much for being here.
It's good to be here.
Let's get started. And I'd love to start with the bipartisan infrastructure law.
No new drilling. Keep your promise. No new drilling. Keep your promise. No more 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 drilling.
Are you okay to stay?
No, we can, whatever you want to do.
What would you like to do? What would you like?
Happy to keep going.
Okay.
Let's go. Yeah.
Sorry for that disruption.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. Would you like to come back? Thank you for your patience, and I'm excited to get started properly on this conversation. So let's jump right in.
Yeah.
And I wanted to begin with, of course, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, which include historic investments in tackling climate change. So can you remind us what some of the key commitments that are in there, and where are we today when it comes to delivering on those investments?
Together, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. And let me say, grateful to be here, grateful to be part of this conversation, an important one at an important time. Together, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act really position the United States to step up and lead on climate, not just in the power sector or transportation, but for the first time really looking at the entire economy, agriculture, industry, buildings, and seeing how we can bend the curve in every single one of those. The goal is to build the enabling infrastructure across the country, the poles and the wires, the charging networks that we need, make sure we're laying the cable, and then to surge deployment of technologies that we know are going to bend the curve on the grid and in terms of transportation as well. We also want to make sure that we're facilitating capital formation in profound fashion to reshore supply chains that have left the U.S. and gone overseas, supply chains that we're going to rely upon if we're going to accelerate action at the pace and scale that we need. So $370 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act, over $100 billion in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, together over 1 gigaton of emissions reduction potential annually, ramping up in 2030 and beyond. And what we're seeing in the ground today is projects being built. $210 billion have been announced into the batteries and EV transformation, $450 billion of capital formation more broadly catalyzed against a clean energy economy that we need. And we're seeing people make commitments in places that I think looked like they were impossible to decarbonize before. Companies like Cleveland Cliffs investing in clean steel manufacturing here in the United States. We got a group of industrial sector folks who joined the White House focused on cement and aluminum being clean. 60,000 farms, 25 million acres now signed up for climate smart agriculture practices. So the transformation is real, and we're incredibly excited about it.
I think, you touch on some really important pieces there, and what I'm hearing you say is this idea of a whole of government approach, right?
Yeah.
That's the only way to go about these. And these are certainly huge victories, but tell me a little bit more about what more needs to be done to get to that 50% reduction in emissions target by 2030. And how is the administration thinking about untapped opportunities when it comes to reaching net zero?
So, if you go back in time to the U.S. target into the Paris Agreement, we were looking at high 80% by mid-century. Now we're looking at net zero, economy-wide decarbonization. So thing number one is there's no sort of haven for emissions in our economy, and in part because now we have technologies like clean hydrogen and high heat potential from renewables and new material science that allows us to knock out emissions in places we wouldn't have imagined before. So thing number one that I think we wouldn't have guessed a few years ago, where I see a ton of potential, is the industrial sector. We've got now folks that are not only manufacturing at pilot scale cleaner building materials, but you've got organizations procuring those materials. You got companies like Ford and GM actually procuring on a forward contract basis for clean steel. That's catalyzing capital formation in the supply chain. Now those products are surging forward. As a federal government, we're using the buy clean approach, the power of our procurement, to create a market for these technologies. And by the way, we've now got over a dozen states signed up to do the same thing. If cement were a country, it would be a G10 polluter on its own. So this is really, really exciting stuff. The other place I think we're excited is the ag and forestry sector. You know, at the White House, we've got a climate policy office for the first time in the Biden-Harris administration. We got someone working on every sector of the economy. We've got a director for lands and climate-smart agriculture. You wouldn't have guessed that even being a focus years ago. We're doing it. It's real life today.
That's awesome. And your comment on cement actually reminded me, my team at FP Analytics, the Research and Advisory Division of Foreign Policy, did some research last year to coincide with COP27, looking specifically at health. And we know that the health industry would be the equivalent of the 5th largest polluter if it was a country. So I think that's a really, really important point that you were saying about cement, about ag, about every
on the whole of government, we've got the Department of Health and Human Services. By the way, as Secretary Becerra and I visited the Children's Hospital here in D.C. that's part of our Climate Health Challenge, and our Veterans Affairs, who are working on decarbonization from anesthetics and other places where we have high-potency GHG leakage, reducing the emissions in the sector. So every sector has an opportunity to be part of the solution set.
Absolutely, and especially, as you said, when it comes to supply chains, how do we make supply chains more resilient and more green? But I want to go to something else that you mentioned, which is the Paris Climate Agreement. And so let's shift our focus a little bit to the international stage. Let's talk about the U.S.'s role globally in the fight against climate change, and what, in your view, are the key achievements of this administration, and how are you thinking about the road to COP28?
Yeah, you know, we've come a long ways from the Paris Climate Agreement. We've moved along technology cost curves. When we were talking about solar and wind and batteries at the time, the technologies cost maybe a factor of 2 or a factor of 3 more than they do today. They're easier to harness and I think more harmonized with our development objectives. You know, you look at places like India that have really accelerated on energy access, but are at the same time putting a lot of investment into accelerating deployment of solar. We've got to do that around the world, move forward in tandem on energy access and clean energy, and they're not at conflict with one another. So I think, you know, what I'm excited about, and folks will probably hear from the Development Finance Corporation of the Biden-Harris administration, is not just that we're helping deploy these technologies around the world, but we're actually helping manufacture them around the world. First Solar, which is a company here founded in the United States, now has a factory in Tamil Nadu manufacturing these panels. We got to make sure everyone sees the economic upside, the uplift opportunity of switching to cleaner energy. So thing number one is, how can we help how can we help outsource this playbook of economic uplift when you tackle climate change? Thing number two is finance. You know, last week, the President of the United States convened the major economies of the world. And by the way, the major economies of the world are responsible, should be responsible, for making the major dent in emissions around the world. And he got them together around a few different big pillars of action. One of them was accelerating climate finance. And as part of that, the U.S. moved out on $1 billion into the Green Climate Fund, which, by the way, now has mobilized 10 times as much funding, hundreds of projects around the world. That's the kind of work we have to do. So we got to push out on this playbook that I think works here but works everywhere, and that's a playbook of economic uplift. We have to help with finance, and that means not just finance on mitigation technologies, but on resilience and adaptation. You know, you've got countries underwater. We've got to be front of the line helping them build back better. And then third, we've got to help continue to drive down the cost curve here. There's been analysis that the Inflation Reduction Act, bipartisan infrastructure law, it's not just going to knock down technology costs for deployment here in the United States. It's going to knock down in the double digits technology costs to deploy all around the world.
Your comments are actually a perfect segue to where I wanted to go next. And, you know, you mentioned the countries being underwater, and we had actually the Minister of Climate Change and the Environment, Sharif Rahman of Pakistan, earlier on the program. But I think one of the things that's really important to remember is that the impacts of climate change are uneven across the globe. And those countries which are most vulnerable are both the ones that have contributed often the least to the problem and are also the least resourced. And you touched on financing. And there are a lot of solutions and opportunities that have been discussed today, but everything takes money, obviously. So tell me a little bit about how the U.S. is delivering on the president's pledge of $11.4 billion for international climate financing. How are we getting there, and will we meet the 2024 target?
Yeah, look, I think I want to touch on your disproportionate impact piece. And it's an important one because it almost doesn't tell the whole story. If we just sort of look at the distributional impacts of climate change and we say, gee, it's really impacting lower income folks here in the United States, around the world, black and brown communities here in the United States and around the world, it doesn't tell the story because it suggests maybe it's an accident, right? And here in the United States, we know it's not an accident. Communities that were redlined because of a racist housing policy in the U.S. are literally hotter today because there's more pavement and fewer trees. And we're being deliberate about the work of repair in those communities. That's the mentality we've got to export to our development approach around the world. That's why this $1 billion, which moves us forward along the $11.4 billion commitment, is so important. That's why it's so important that the president has brought together nations from around the world to help do our part in restoring and preserving the Amazon, which is really the lungs of the planet. Last week at the Major Economies Forum, the U.S. stepped up with $500 million to the Global Amazon Fund to help do that important work. And we've got to bring other nations along in that work as well. And I think this availability of finance is so important. There are places around the world where there's still price discovery going on solar deployment, on wind deployment. There are places around the world where there's a lot of political insurance that needs to be available if folks are going to do the financing of the long life infrastructure, like the stuff you need to deploy offshore wind in island nations around the world. We're going to have to step up and help facilitate that. And, you know, there are other places in this challenge that I don't think we have solutions for yet. There is, you know, foreign exchange risk when you're doing project finance around the world. How do we step up and surge the solutions? The U.S. will be part of that. Our DFC, our approach through the Treasury Department, our outbound contributions to funds like the GCF, our engagement in the conversation around loss and damage, those are important concepts, important vehicles, important institutions. The MDBs will be a big player in all of that. World Bank, IFC, others also stepping up with real concrete solutions. So we need philanthropy, we need governments around the world, we need the MDBs, and we need a new set of solutions because we've got to move really, really fast.
Agreed. And I appreciate your point about taking an intersectional approach when it comes to disproportionate impacts, whether that's race, class, or even gender. And we have Gillian Caldwell, who's the Chief Climate Officer at USAID, joining our program later. So it'll be an opportunity to talk about that more. I'd love to end on an optimistic note. The enormity of climate change can feel overwhelming. But let me ask you this to close off our conversation. What's giving you hope these days? What's making you feel excited about catalyzing climate action?
So much of the climate story is really told in this, in the key of doom and despair, right? You see the surging seas wreaking more and more destruction on our coastlines. You see the fires burning with greater fury out west here in the United States and around the world. The sky literally turning orange. Drought that felt like it was a cyclical challenge has become chronic in many places. It's really easy to get resigned in the face of that. But what we've seen here in the United States is that when you get a coalition together of labor and of industry, of folks in rural communities and urban, for young people who've stepped up and helped march and protest. And by the way, I think that's an important contribution and really has helped create the political space for the progress we've made, then you can take the big steps that this moment demands, and you can take it not just to reduce the pollution coming out of the sky, but actually to lift up people who've been left out of the economy for decades, systematically and structurally. You can use it to turn on communities that have been left behind, return economic opportunity places it left years ago, and you can use it not just to imagine plans that are pie in the sky, but really put steel in the ground and build projects. I think about the 389 school districts in the United States where a yellow school bus is now going to show up in front of a kid's house. The kid's going to get on the school bus, and instead of hearing the roaring diesel engine, them breathing in gunk into their lungs, they're going to hear the vehicle move quietly and cleanly from their home to the school. That kid knows that there are folks who see a place for them, who value them, who prioritize them, and that gives me hope that we can have a political system that the president, I think, has done an amazing job of leading and harnessing, that delivers results, that delivers this multiple bottom lines of benefit, and we can meet this moment. I'll literally close out because I know I'm over time, but I met in Sharm el-Sheikh at the COP, the United Nations, a young man from Ecuador who came up and he said to me, and this is the thing I carry with me every day. He said to me, I look at what the United States, President Biden, Vice President Harris have done in the last 2 years. Campaigned on climate, promised action, delivered results, and now you're building and doing stuff. That's what I take back home, and that's what I push my political leadership to do. That gives me the basis to know that what I'm dreaming, what I'm imagining is possible because you can do it in the United States. My folks brought us here from Pakistan. I think for so many people, the U.S. has been a beacon of hope and possibility on freedom and rights and liberty, on technology and innovation. It's so exciting to be part of a government at a moment that allows the U.S. to be a beacon of what's possible on climate at this moment of urgent need.
Well, I'm Bangladeshi American, so that couldn't resonate with me more. But thank you for ending on that hopeful note. Ali Zaidi, the National Climate Advisor at the White House. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the stage, Foreign Policy Editor-in-Chief Ravi Aggarwal, for an interview with Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Ho-Sung Lee.
All right, hi everyone, I'm back, and I'll have Dr. Ho-Sung Lee joining me virtually. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, Ravi, I can hear you, right.
Okay, wonderful. Well, we've got a packed audience here in DC, and we've got many people from around the world listening in, so thank you for sharing your time. Already this morning here in Washington, in our discussions, the IPCC's report has come up and been cited, and it strikes me that every single year we imagine that things possibly couldn't get any worse, and yet each report seems to suggest that things are more dire than they were the year before, and we're still not on track to meet any of the commitments we've made. Just talk us through very quickly this latest report. If you can describe, how much of a jump it is from previous reports in terms of, the dire findings that you've come up with.
Well, okay, thank you. First of all, I want to emphasize that the impacts, our previous report, which was a previous assessment report, which was released 7 years ago, the impact we projected at that time turned out to be much more optimistic based upon our latest assessment released just this year and last year. And in fact, every with every increment of the warming, the risks turned out to be much severer, and that will continue. That will continue to be our projection for the rest of the century. And also, we found that as you know, the world has experienced a great deal of the extreme weather events. It's really unacceptable, the extreme events. And we found that much of those extreme weather events could not be explained without this factor of human-caused climate change. That was a very significant departure of our understanding of the climate system from our last assessment report. At that time, we established that the impacts of extreme weather impacts had relation to the human-caused climate change, but we were not quite sure of the extent of such impact. But this time, the science has improved, and we were able to narrow that uncertainty range.
And that's really important.
At the same time, yes, go ahead.
It's really important, Dr. Lee, because when we look at crises around the world, you know, we've already talked about Pakistan today, wildfires in so many other parts of the world. It's important to be able to make that connection. I want to ask you a little bit more about that, but one more thing related to this. There was some controversy over the report. It was delayed by several months. And I know, of course, your term ends in July. I'm not sure yet whether you are seeking another term. Just very quickly, so we can be clear on that. Are you seeking another term once it ends in July? And can we expect the report, this year's report, to be on time? If it's timed for COP28?
Oh, okay. First of all, I'm not seeking another term, although there are some countries who want me to run, but I'm not seeking another term. And the report of this cycle, which is known as the sixth assessment report, ended. That report released the 21st of March this year, and that report is known as synthesis report. In fact, that report integrated and synthesized all our six assessment reports that released in this period. And so the key informations contained in that report includes those couple of key findings I just elaborated. And also we indicated that there were those, improvement in the actions taken in various sectors and also various policy areas. However, as many of you indicated, that it's not sufficient at all to limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius.
So let me ask you this. So much of the data that has emerged in the last few years has been important, as you said, in drawing the connection between climatic events we see and being able to tie them to human emissions. As someone who's overseeing the IPCC's work, what data do you wish you had? So the data that doesn't exist, but that you wish you had?
Well, that's a wonderful question. And in fact, there were so many data that we wish to have. At the same time, there are so many data that we really wish to understand the meaning of those. So those two things really exist. And I want to say this too, to you all. And in the last assessment 7 years ago, the authors at that time that tried to understand the benefit side of climate action versus the cost aspect of the climate action. And the ranges regarding the benefit of the climate action was so large. Therefore, the uncertainty was so large compared to the cost aspect of the climate mitigation. Therefore, at that time, the authors were indeterminate, making a definite statement about the cost benefit of action. And they were saying that they were not sure of making a definite statement because of this uncertainty. However, they were sure that a much more relevant comparison will be a risk versus risk. That means risk of action versus risk of inaction. And there, the authors were very confident that risk from no action would be significantly higher than risk from action. And that much said during at the conclusion of the fifth assessment report. That was 7 years ago. At this time, the authors were able to say that the benefit of taking action for limiting the warming to 2 degrees Celsius clearly is more than the cost of mitigation activities. Therefore, is very much worthwhile to pursue the climate stabilization at 2 degrees Celsius, and that was one of the key findings the authors could achieve.
I can tell you, Dr. Lee, as a journalist, these benchmarks are really important for us because we're able to use data to then call politicians to account or to compare between countries, what various countries are doing or the impacts that it'll have in various parts of the world. Now that the science is clear, it's undeniable, the linkages are clear, we have to move towards action. Everyone knows that. That's what much of our event today has been about. What are you hoping in terms of action to see this year from COP28?
Well, the important point is we need to look at the immediate actions. What can the countries do for the next step in this journey to the climate neutrality, zero? And people love to talk about 2030 and 2050. The point is, can the world achieve peaking of global greenhouse gases as soon as possible? Now, this report says that at the latest peaking time could be 2025. It used to be much earlier than that, but somehow, as we assess literature, this peaking time somewhat helpful for us, but anyway, it now turned out to be 2025. So we really keep focus our mind on what should we do worldwide, should we do to reduce emissions as early as possible. Now, as you know very well, during the COVID period, the carbon emissions declined 7%, and at the same time, because of the lockdown, global GDP, reduced 3% by 3%. Now, the journey to the climate neutrality by 2050 means that we will have to achieve 7% reduction in the CO2. At the same time, world GDP should grow somewhere around between 2 to 3%. So it's an entirely different story that we experienced during the COVID period. So, it is a challenge, but I think that should be the picture of the climate stabilization and climate neutrality we are talking about. We are talking for 2050.
Well, we'll keep using your data to hold countries and companies to account. Dr. Ho-Sung Lee, you are the chair of the IPCC. We rely on your data. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Lots more up ahead.
At this time, please welcome Managing Director of Global Policy and Conservation Finance at the Nature Conservancy, Dr. Andrew Deutz, and Chief Climate Officer for the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, Jake Levine, for a spotlight conversation on blue bonds for ocean conservation, moderated by Foreign Policy Executive Vice President Allison Carlson.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you all for being here in the room and also to everyone online. It's been such a rich conversation already today, and I'm really excited for this conversation because in the last couple hours, we've heard quite a bit about money and about the need to finance projects, to deploy capital, to really get projects going and on the ground. Last year in November at COP27, there was certainly the focus on loss and damage, and we heard Selwyn Hart earlier this morning talking about that and the need to mobilize more financing, particularly for the Global South. 2 weeks ago, here in DC, the IMF and World Bank meetings were held as well, where there was a lot of discussions about the poly crisis and the need to really mobilize financing and really engage the multilateral development institutions, the bilateral and multilateral finance institutions to get capital on the ground. The need is urgent, and we need solutions, and we need concrete examples of what's working and what are those tools that can be learned from, adapted, and potentially replicated elsewhere. And so I'm very excited for this conversation with Andrew and Jake today, and thank you again for joining us. You know, I think this is an incredible example of the Nature Conservancy working with the DFC on a model that seems to be working, that has concrete tools to address climate, debt, and development. And they're not siloed issues. They're really integrated and need to be thought of as such. And so I'd like to start off with you, Andrew, and learn a little bit more about the TNC's Blue Bonds for Ocean Conservation and your strategy, and specifically talking about the case study of Belize. I think it's an incredible example to latch onto. And if you can talk a little bit more about the outline of the strategy and the core components of that deal, what makes it unique?
Sure. So first, let me just say, this is the second generation of debt conversions, or what used to be called debt for nature swaps or debt for climate swaps. So because the first generation came out of the Tropical Forest Conservation Act. Those were small transactions in the like $10, $20 million range that had large transaction costs, but did result in funding for tropical forest conservation. But that was mainly with official debt, right? It was U.S. debt being forgiven and transformed into local currency to support conservation activities. What we, in partnership with DFC, did in Belize is a whole other scale. So we helped restructure $550 million worth of outstanding debt. It was their entire commercial debt liability. Bought it back at a 40% discount where it was trading, and refinanced that with $350 million worth of new debt issued by the government, financed by Credit Suisse, at a 6% interest rate. You may have heard Selwyn Hart this morning talking about the cost of capital for developing countries to do a renewable energy project like 20%. We managed to get it down. They were basically at default levels. Because of the support from DFC, we were able to structure a transaction to buy back the old debt, issue new debt at 6% interest rates. That reduced their external debt burden by about 12%, reduced their debt to GDP ratio from 112% to about 100%. That still doesn't move them to debt sustainability in the IMF sense, but it improved their balance sheet, lifted their credit rating, and reduced their future cost of capital as well. The savings over 20 years, part of it gets put into marine conservation and coastal resilience. So that's generating now $180 million in investments in coastal resilience and protection in Belize that otherwise wouldn't have been on the table. So it's sort of like a win-win-win, because you're reducing their debt burden, you're issuing new debt at a much lower rate that's improving their balance sheet and their credit rating, and you're generating funding for conservation and climate resilience. In the case of Belize, it's principally going to increase marine protected areas around the Mesoamerican reef. For those of you who have ever been there, it's critical to their tourism industry. Like 40% of their GDP is tied up in the tourism industry, which is dependent on the beaches, which is dependent on the reef. And that coral reef absorbs 97% of incoming wave energy in a storm. It is literally the first round of defense in incoming storms. So it's critical to the coastal resilience and to the economy of the country. The secret sauce in all of this, though, as I said, was getting them from default, where they could not access private capital markets, to a AA2 rating, which allowed them to access capital markets at a decent interest rate. And the magic that made that happen was because of the political risk insurance provided by DFC.
Yeah, it's really incredible as an example to talk about that kind of impact, and would love to dive into the details as well. And for those who are joining online, we do have some content that's being pushed out on the platform as well. So I encourage everyone to look at the case study for this. The details are fascinating, and the structure is really important, and it's something to be learned from. And when you're talking about the impacts in Belize and the degree to which their economy is dependent on tourism, I think it really underscores the local impacts of this type of intervention and this type of support. And this is novel. This is the innovative financing that people are interested in learning about and understanding more. And so I'm curious, over to you, Jake, from the DFC's perspective, what was the rationale for getting involved in this kind of model? What is the value proposition for DFC?
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Allison and Andrew. It's wonderful to be here talking about and thinking about this, what is actually a very complex structure that reflects many years, maybe even more than a decade of work by TNC on the ground to build the civil society, the policy, the enabling environment framework to allow this deal to happen. When you think about the policy commitment that the government of Belize made in exchange for being able to participate in this deal, it required acts of parliament to actually set aside another 15% of the Belize Barrier Reef as a marine protected environment. But I want to just zoom out for a second in terms of why we were interested in this. And you heard Ali Zaidi here explaining sort of the theory of the case on the administration's approach to climate. You've been familiar with some of the policies and work coming out of the National Economic Council under Brian Deese's leadership, now Director Brainerd, and manifest in things like the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS Act, where you see this idea of really, I think, kind of exploding what was a previously held view that climate is a drag on the economy. Climate represents a headwind, into something a bit more around the frame of climate representing a once-in-a-generation opportunity for capital formation, for value creation, for investment. $23 trillion. You hear Secretary Granholm beating the drum on this repetitively. $23 trillion of investment in the economy, in opportunities in clean energy, in the transition. And this transaction that we worked on together is so illustrative of that reversal of the way people have viewed climate and the vision of climate as an opportunity for investment. You look at what DFC could do with its PRI to bring the cost of capital down, the rate of borrowing from something in the probably high teens, maybe 20+%, down to 6%, enabling the private sector, Credit Suisse, to come in, underwrite this new bond issuance, and free up $180 million of investment for coastal resilience, which is perfectly in line with the vision for investment in the development of the fisheries economy, of tourism in a sustainable way, to bring dollars into what for us as the USG, but DFC, when we think about our strategy, you look at where Belize sits, right smack in the middle of northern Central America, alongside Honduras, Guatemala, southern Mexico, El Salvador, where we're experiencing a vast migration northward into the United States, creating national security, foreign policy issues. And so this was totally aligned with DFC's mission to be addressing both strategic priorities of the United States, but also investing in development. And we think that it can be a model for doing that all over the world, for freeing up capital, not just in blue ecosystems, in marine environments, but in terrestrial environments, for biodiversity, for carbon markets. The sky's the limit, really.
I think it's a pretty good case for the good use of public capital, and I think that's a question that comes up often. Is this the best use of public capital, and what are the benefits, direct, indirect, and cascading, that could result from it? What also struck me in reading about the case study is not only how novel it is, but also how it's relatively new in the sense that, from my understanding, DFC, the Inter-American Development Bank, are two of the entities that are engaging in this type of model, but otherwise limited, and more need to come on board. And so what needs to be done to galvanize the other development finance institutions, and what needs to be addressed so that they also understand it is a potential strategy for value creation and these iterative economic, social security benefits that coincide? Andrew?
So the number one thing we need to do is basically replicate the instruments that DFC provides and IDB. So we also did a transaction with Barbados where IDB provided a partial risk guarantee. Recently, during the IMF World Bank meetings, the Vulnerable 20 group said, yeah, this is a mechanism that we want to look at. We're not there's a growing sovereign debt crisis, particularly for the developing world. Something like 60% of all developing countries are at or near debt distress. The V20 has said this is one of several mechanisms that we want to look at to help us manage both climate risk and solvency risk. Similarly, the Economic Commission for Africa has created this group called the Sustainable Debt Coalition, which is basically a group of 30 African finance ministers, also saying this is a solution we want to scale up. So we know there's demand from developing countries, from debtor countries. We've worked with lots of institutional investors who said if you can get these debt issuances to investment grade, AA2 or something similar, there's tons of money that go into it. We've heard that from BlackRock, from Nuveen, from others. So the money's there, the demand is there. The critical element that's missing is the credit enhancement. So DFC has a product, IDB has a product. The rest of the multilateral development banks don't have an effective and efficient mechanism or instrument to do this. So that's sort of the first ask, is to get everybody else in this ecosystem who has the balance sheet space to replicate what DFC and IDB are doing. And then we need ways to incentivize those institutions to do it. It would be great if there was more capital for them to provide guarantees, but even in a world where we're not increasing the capital of those institutions, there's plenty of space for them to be more efficient in the use of guarantee mechanisms. And I think that was a critical mechanism as a very efficient use of public capital, because that's how you crowd in the private investment. As I said, it was $350 million of private investment supporting Belize in this. And there's a risk associated with it, and we managed to reinsure out some of that risk with Munich Re. So there's a way to tap private capital markets on the risk management side as well as the investment side. If you look at the capital stack in the accounting towards the $100 billion, we're almost there, not quite. But right now, it's $4 of private money leveraging $1. I'm sorry, $4 of public money leveraging $1 of private money. We need to reverse that and then increase it by an order of magnitude. But I see the ability to provide credit enhancement and guarantees to underwrite sovereign lending as one of the best mechanisms out there to crowd in private finance.
I'd like to pick up on that, and we were actually just talking about this backstage and the importance of other partnerships and alliances in this. And Jake, you mentioned Munich Re as well. What are some of the innovative ways in which they've stepped in to really make these types of deals possible?
So one of the reasons I love this transaction is the more you spend time with it and you sort of peel back the layers of the onion, the more you discover really innovative mechanisms and terms that were written into the deal. DFC is focused fundamentally on crowding in the private sector into transactions. We want to put ourselves out of business. We want to provide de-risking instruments in emerging markets so that the private sector can come in. In fact, the political risk insurance tool has its roots in the Marshall Plan, in the reconstruction of Europe in the post-war era, to provide comfort and confidence to the private sector to invest and participate in capital markets. Here, Munich Re agreed within the structure of the debt restructuring to what was a super innovative provision of a parametric insurance provision, which we care about as climate policy people because we're looking for ways to more easily provide financing in the wake of climate disasters in an inclusive finance model that doesn't require people to go through bureaucratic and cumbersome claims processes, but simply have a trigger for the payout of insurance. And that's exactly what Munich Re agreed to do in this transaction. If Belize experiences a hurricane event that represents more than 20% of its GDP, and you heard Andrew talk about the value of the Belize Barrier Reef for being a barrier to those hurricanes, that triggers a provision that relieves the government of Belize from its debt obligation under the restructuring, and Munich Re steps in as a private sector reinsurer to that obligation and conducts the payment to DFC and to the other lenders. So that kind of parametric insurance product is something that we're trying to scale, that we're trying to standardize, that we're trying to provide when you're talking about a farmer in Pakistan that's lost his or her entire livelihood, his livestock, his crops, due to the glacial lake outflow burst that we heard Minister Raymond talking about. We don't yet have those products readily available for the mass market at scale, but when you start getting reps in and this type of volume and scalability with people like Munich Re in this type of a transaction, it has benefits for our ability to apply those in other contexts.
Great. Thank you, because I did have a question about the mechanisms that will enable scale. I have so many more questions, but really want this to be an engaging conversation with the audience as well. I know we have a question coming in from the audience.
So Ulrich from Guyana is wondering, he thinks that the procedures in place to access the limited amount of climate finance available do not reflect the need for urgent action on both mitigation and adaptation. What can be done to simplify and expedite the existing MOs for such access?
Just say, if you've ever worked with the Green Climate Fund, that's probably not a model of effectiveness and efficiency. Right, so direct access is supposed to help with that. What I think is useful in the case of the Belize transaction, or I would look at two other transactions that Chile and Uruguay have both issued sustainability-linked bonds, where they put out a couple $2 billion worth of bonds into the private market. Now, they have market access, they have good credit ratings, but they are linked to the delivery of their NDCs. And basically, they made a promise, we will achieve our NDCs, and if we do, we're going to pay the investors a little bit less. And if we fail to meet our NDC targets around decarbonization and renewable energy penetration, we're going to pay them a little bit more. So you're linking your debt issuance and your balance sheet to your climate performance, which creates, all of a sudden now, finance ministers have an incentive to make sure climate targets are met. But issuing these sustainability-linked bonds or doing the equivalent through these debt conversions and linking your macroeconomic situation to your climate commitments is a way to immediately access money to provide funding for climate action and invests the finance ministers in making sure we're actually achieving the NDCs and our adaptation targets.
Great, thank you. We're out of time, but I do have to ask one more question quickly before we go, which is what's next? We know that the Macron summit is coming up in June, and that's a real opportunity to talk about the impact for finance and move the dial. So curious from both of your perspectives, what needs to happen there? What needs to happen next to really catalyze this action on finance to enable deployment for projects of this type?
Well, the question that we just received from the audience is reflective of a much broader challenge that we face, which is that the gap in climate finance for emerging markets, and we heard Selwyn talking about, you've got 75+% of emissions coming from emerging markets between now and the future. You've got increasing impacts that emerging markets are unable to deal with, and yet we are at least 1 or 2 or 3 orders of magnitude off in terms of the amount of financing. We're talking about billions, and we need to be at the $1 trillion scale. So from DFC's perspective, our view is that we cannot hit that scale until we crowd in the private sector, until we bring capital markets and private companies who have that kind of a balance sheet, who have that quantum of financing into play. And that's why we're so focused on scaling our work to de-risk those investments. DFC is able, by its authority under the BUILD Act, which was a statute of just a few years ago, to invest up to $60 billion across the board. We are running hard at that number. We hope that we can exceed that number and ask Congress to increase our authority. But something that Andrew mentioned is really important in that, which is that if we're only mobilizing 25 cents from the private sector on every dollar that we put in, that's the opposite of what we need to be doing. So we're also focused on how do we use that public finance to mobilize a 10x multiplier of private finance. How do we turn that 60 billion into 600 billion? And of course, we're working on health, digital inclusion, gender equity. So climate is not the only issue that DFC is tackling, but it's an enormous priority. It's why we're hiring, we're building our team. I would make a shameless plug for those of you in the audience or watching online that if you are interested in this work, if you have a finance background, we need you. We need your energy. We need your enthusiasm. Ultimately, we have to build this team and scale it, and that's how we're going to reach scale.
Great. Very well put. And Andrew, last word, what would move the dial?
More credit enhancement. I'll just take a word from an analysis that the IMF did of these types of transactions and basically said, this is a second best option. The first best option would be a lot more grant financing for developing countries. Totally agree. In a world where that's limited, this is a great next step. And the key to scaling it is more credit enhancement. So I would hope that by the time we get to the Macron summit, there can be a mandate to the rest of the multilateral development banks and other international financial institutions to effectively and efficiently scale and replicate the mechanism that DFC and the IDB already have. If we could get everyone in the system just doing that, that would be the big step forward, more credit enhancement, much greater ability to crowd in private finance.
Great. Thank you both. Best wishes with your work, and thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
At this time, we will take a short break. The program will resume shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 1 minute. Please welcome to the stage Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon for an interview with foreign policy publisher and CEO Andrew Solinger.
If we could please take our seats so we can get started. We're going to try and get a little time back on the schedule. I love the fact that there's wonderful conversations happening. We're going to have a wonderful conversation from the stage as well, so please do come and sit. If you could make your way to your seats, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much for your time and attention and for spending this morning with us. The interesting conversations continue. I'm Andrew Solinger. I'm the CEO and publisher of Foreign Policy, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be joined by Senator Jeff Merkley here, to my left, to your right, and we're going to talk a little bit about renewable incentives versus fossil fuels. So if you would please take your seats. Thank you so much. So to kick off, President Biden has implemented vast incentives for renewable energy investment via the IRA and other vehicles. But at the same time, he also approved a massive Alaskan drilling project called Willow, to which you tweeted, "Wrong on every level," I think was the short term you used. So I'd like to ask you to tell us a little bit about your thinking there, and specifically which matters more: cutting fossil fuel demand by encouraging consumers to shift to renewables and investing in renewable energy and electric vehicles, or tamping down on supply by preventing oil and gas drilling in the United States. It's clear that the Biden administration leans towards the former. And I think it's safe to assume via your tweet that you think it might be the latter. Or is it both? Would love your views on that, if you could share.
Yeah, my tweet was actually a very mild version of saying just how wrong the Willow Project is. If we think about the challenge to our planet, we have to have a very rapid conversion from fossil fuels to renewables. And anyone who's checked out the carbon dioxide curve can see that after 20 years of intensive conversation, humanity has not yet begun to touch its upward acceleration. There is no leveling off. There is no decrease. In fact, we are putting more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere last year than any year previously. So you have to electrify everything with renewable energy. And in the course of doing it, it's a pretty simple idea: electrify everything with renewable energy. But if you build new fossil projects, what you're doing is you are writing into the next generation, for at least the next 50 years, a huge role for fossil methane gas, which is a calamity on every level. Methane is far worse than carbon dioxide, ounce for ounce, in terms of climate. And if you think about this all of the above strategy that Biden is implementing, what you're saying is there's going to be a massive new fossil project that will put massive amounts of carbon dioxide and methane into the atmosphere because the natural or fossil gas system leaks enormously. You're saying basically the planet's done. We're going to not only put this massive amount of global warming gases into the atmosphere, but we're going to create an industry that will lobby politically for those to continue for yet another generation after that. And humankind simply can't afford to do that. For us to tackle this tragedy of the commons, we have to have nations throughout the world work together. So here's John Kerry traveling the world saying, Indonesia, don't use your coal. India, stop importing coal from Australia. And what do you think they look at and respond? Why should we stop using our coal when you're doing vast new fossil projects in the United States of America? And it's the United States of America that has a much bigger footprint per person than Indonesia and India. So America, to solve this tragedy of the commons, has to be a leader. We have to be willing to have the power of our example. And doing the Willow Project or massive new leases in the Gulf destroys any authority, moral authority or persuasive authority we have in the world, and that cannot afford to happen, and that's why the Willow Project is a massive mistake on every level. So
you're right, that was a very mild tweet that you authored. We are foreign policy, so let's talk a little bit about the global production level. Carbon, oil, fossil fuels, it's a leaky business, and not a leaky business in that we spill it all over the place, which we do anyway, but more so, if we don't produce the oil and gas, won't that just move somewhere else in the world and other nations will produce it? Yes, Secretary Kerry is traveling the world imploring others not to, but there's no pact in this regard, and there obviously are monetary rewards involved and demand as well. How do you solve for that leakage?
Well, this is why I use the phrase tragedy of the commons. If we go back to kind of the original tragedy of the commons debate, it was about whether you're not going to be able to allow your sheep to be eating the grass on the public square, right? And if everyone does that, the public square is destroyed. But everyone says, hey, if I don't put my sheep there, somebody else will. And it's why you have to have a collective agreement. And a collective agreement comes with people understanding that you don't want to destroy the common square. And in this case, we don't want to destroy the planet. And so you have to have leaders who will step forward and say, we understand that. And we aren't going to be just saying yes to the next project. We're going to work with you to say no to the next project here, and for you to say no to your next project. India has huge potential to convert to solar energy. And so when I was leading the effort at Paris to have a dialogue between our members of Congress and their members of Congress, it was a very interesting dialogue. And I followed up with the coal minister, meeting with him in India. And I said to him, what does it cost for a new kilowatt hour of solar? And he said, about 3 cents. And I said, how about for coal? He said, about 7 cents. And I said, well, so the solar is cheaper even before you count what's outside your window. And he looked out his window, but he couldn't see anything because of the air pollution coming from the coal. And so you think of the additional costs on health. So there's every reason for India to convert, except they have a very powerful coal lobby. And if we're not willing to take on our very powerful fossil lobby, particularly fossil gas, because it's easy to say, oh, coal's bad because we don't really like coal so much here, but we'll do fossil gas. But fossil gas in its life cycle is as bad on climate as coal. And so there's a major myth put out by the fossil gas industry saying, oh, no, it's clean, it's not as damaging. That's only true if you look at the point of combustion. But if you look at the pipelines and the methane that's produced, and every analysis we have sees that far more methane is leaking out of the fossil gas system than we ever envisioned before, it's as bad as coal. So we can't play like the good guy, oh, we're getting rid of coal, aren't we wonderful? While we're promoting fossil gas. And then ask the rest of the world, oh, but get rid of your coal because that really hurts the climate. No, right. The gas hurts it just as much.
So it is the moral high ground that you're speaking of. If a few minutes that we have left, I wanted to touch on a few points. Speed round. You're chairing a hearing on the climate impact of plastics. You were just explaining that that's been postponed to next week. We're actually going to have a debate here on the future of plastics in about half an hour-ish, featuring the Minderoo Foundation and the American Chemistry Council, which should be very interesting. You've said that plastic pollution and climate catastrophe are inextricably linked. Could you elaborate on that and the goal of your committee?
Okay, so the speed round, the short version is plastics are made from fossil gas. So you have the massive leaking system of methane on the front end. In the middle, when you're making plastics, you have enormous damage to the communities where those are made, so it becomes an environmental justice issue. And on the back end, where we talk about the 3 Rs, renew, reuse, recycle, the reality for plastics is it's burned, buried, or borne out to sea. And if you read the New York Times article just last week, all of us now have tons of nanoplastic inside of us. It moves inside the cells. Wherever you see a concentration of that, for example, with fish at much higher levels, it's having impacts on reproductive health. We're literally poisoning ourselves, poisoning humanity around the globe with plastic, so it's bad on every side.
Okay. Next on the speed round, green hydrogen. We're also going to have a discussion around green hydrogen later today. You, Senators Markey, Sanders, and Warren, sent a letter to Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm urging DOE guardrails to ensure IRA investments promote clean hydrogen. I'm moderating that panel, so that would be super helpful for me right now. Cheating, what policies would you like to see put into place?
Well, for it to be clean hydrogen, it has to be made with renewable electricity through electrolysis. It can't be made from fossil gases. Both hydrogen and plastics are the goal of the fossil gas world, to keep producing more and more of it. So they're huge dangers in our effort to save the planet. And so as we look at the details at hydrogen, Let's promote that's made with renewable energy, and let's promote it only for uses where it's cost effective. For example, one use might be in the making of steel, where you need very high temperatures, so you can use electricity to make hydrogen, produce those high temperatures. Another might be in fertilizer. But if you're using it to make electricity, it makes more sense to go from renewable energy directly to an electric motor rather than convert it into hydrogen and then use the hydrogen to make electricity. You have huge losses. So if we don't do this right, we will simply make the fossil problem worse.
Last question. You have mentioned in past that you would like President Biden to declare a climate emergency. Do you still feel that is the case?
Absolutely. Now more than ever. You know, if we go back to the comment from the United Nations General Secretary, what he said is that if we do new fossil fuel projects, it's death for the planet. And he said, we have a moral responsibility to do no new fossil projects. Or if we go to the UN climate panel, they called it code red. You know, things are burning down. And so we are at that point where we have to think of it in those terms. We should be thinking about a Solar America project where we're making billions of solar panels in the United States. To meet the goal of 2035 that President Biden has laid out, you would have to build 3.5 First Solar plants, the largest solar manufacturing plant in America. You'd have to build 3.5 of those every year between now and 2035. Well, it's a hell of a lot of jobs, and it's a hell of a lot of American manufacturing. Why not associate renewable energy with good jobs? Why not associate it, and by that I mean union quality jobs? Why not associate it with made in America? These things will reinforce that transition that we have to make so quickly from a fossil economy to a renewable economy.
Fantastic. Let's see if the IRA can start achieving that. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Jeff Merkley, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Up next, Dean of the Fletcher School at Tufts University, Rachel Kite, will take the stage for a conversation with Foreign Policy Editor-in-Chief Ravi Agrawal.
Okay, we're back. Dean Rachel Kite, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. So we're going to talk about West Ham.
Yes.
We're both fans of the English Premier League. We're not going to talk about football or soccer.
Shame.
Shame. We're also not going to talk about what is wrong in sort of the world of countries meeting their commitments or how bad climate change is. I think we've done a fair bit of that today.
So we're not going to adore the problem.
No, we're going to move towards solutions, and I think you're just the right person to discuss climate finance with because of what you've done in your career and the roles you've had at the World Bank and elsewhere. So I guess just to level set, on a scale of 1 to 10, where do you think we're at in terms of the climate finance discussion, debate, reality this year?
Somewhere between 0 and 5. And I think if you'd asked me a few months ago, I would have said we were, in negative territory. I think what's important about this year is that we finally are beginning to have an adult conversation around the fact that countries can't grow green or build the resilience and adaptation that they need to the already extreme impacts of climate change if they are highly indebted. Mm. So we have to have a conversation about how the economic and financial system works and how the institutions that we've created nearly 80 years ago to sort of manage the international financial system when in crisis operate in a polycrisis. And so what I mean, I think there have been references today to the Bridgetown Initiative. There is a series of voices now coming from low-income and middle-income countries on the back of the economic dislocation of the pandemic, the fact that climate change wipes 5 to 25% of GDP growth off many, many countries every year already because of the effect of extreme weather. The fact that the global north left the global south high and dry during the vaccine emergency in the pandemic, and then fuel and food price inflation as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So there's this set of circumstances which see more and more countries in debt distress, and then we expect that they're going to engineer their pathway through their nationally determined contribution to a green and 1.5 world. It's not going to happen, and the finance hasn't been there.
So what you're describing, of course, is the polycrisis, which, for those of you who don't know, is a term that was popularized in the last year or so by Adam Tooze, who's an FP columnist, of course. But what you're saying, Rachel, is that this year it seems like there's a recognition of the polycrisis and the fact that, given high indebtedness around the world, we need to be having a different kind of conversation.
Yes, because up until now, there's been a climate finance conversation, which is rich countries made a promise and you haven't delivered on it. So there's been a lot of toxicity about the fact that, you know, the finance that was promised in previous years in climate negotiations was never delivered. There's a conversation around the fact that development assistance, which should be separately accounted for, has not been delivered. And in fact, it's now in reverse because a lot of aid is going into supporting Ukraine. And then we've had this sort of conversation that the public sector's finances need to be used to leverage and crowd in private investment, and that actually private investment is going to solve most of these problems. Well, of course, private investment, and there's no shortage of money in the global economy, should be used to invest in the green infrastructure that we need in the future. It's not going to do that on its own. But there are also many things that have to be paid for with the public purse. And there are many things in many poor countries which will simply have to be subsidised. So I think that we're starting to see all of those conversations come together into a much more, I think, realistic conversation about how does the international system help countries get out of their debt distress and on a green pathway, and that's going to mean changes to institutions, changes to priorities, both in rich countries and in poor countries.
So that tees us up nicely. When you then, given everything you say, when we look at how to raise the money for whether it's loss and damage payments or other mitigation measures, what are the mechanisms or the new types of, you know, whether it's blended finance or other phrases that I hear thrown around this town, what excites you? What's going to work?
Well, it's not. The first thing to do is to stop doing stupid things. And
it's easier said than done.
Yes, but we're now at the pointy end of the need for climate action. So, you know, the prognosis for economic development and growth over the next decades, as published by the IMF just 2 weeks ago, was the most sluggish in 30 years. So we have to be clever about this now. What is not clever is subsidising fossil fuels harmfully to the extent that we are. Fossil fuel subsidies have doubled, more than doubled, since the beginning of the pandemic. And so that's extraordinary. And then we're seeing extraordinary profits from the listed companies in the fossil fuel sector as a result of the sort of race to energy security since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So there is a sort of, you know, really crude sort of sloshing around of finance going into exactly what we don't need. So we can do two things. One, we stop the subsidies and we apply the subsidies where they need to be applied. Secondly, we adopt more industrial policy and incentives, as we see with the IRA. Third, you start to incentivise and reward leading green action in the here and now. So even within the oil and gas sector, you'll see the BPs and the Shells of this world, who would be considered broadly best in class. You see their share price really quite low down, and you see, you know, companies that are having a hard time expressing how they think they can align themselves with Paris with very, very high share prices. So there's something wrong in the system. And then, so that's, don't do the stupid things. What more could we do? We could take some of those windfall profits and apply them. I don't understand why we can't float a loss and damage fund of a few $100 billion when those profits are in the trillions. So there are lots of, I think, just, you know, things that could be achieved, you know, in the not too distant future. In addition then to the innovation that Andrew and DFC talked about in the last panel, where those kinds of innovations are proven, but they need to go to scale. And the question we now have is, to be able to do that kind of blue bond across the world will require the IMF to operate differently, will require the owners of the IMF to operate differently, will require mobilisation of the MDBs differently, it will require a green meagre 5 times the capacity that it has now. These are not impossible things to do, and they could be done this year and next year. Next year, it's 80 years of the Bretton Woods institutions. There is no reason why these institutions can't be vastly greened for their 80th birthday. And then there's the private sector, and here we have the problem again of this woke backlash against ESG. Be under no illusion about what this is about. This has got nothing to do with ESG. This has actually got nothing to do with sustainability. This is about power and control. And once you assume power and control one place, then you'll go to the next place. Or if you lose it in one place, you'll go to the next place. So the argument around whether or not you want to protect your financial system and whether you want to really build macro-prudential risk management into your financial system, it is about who has the money and who's going to keep the money and who's going to spend the money on what. Now, what that's doing is slowing down, I think, the response of the financial sector, in particular in this country, to the fact that there are bad assets and there are going to be stranded assets and there are good things to invest in. And so we have to align public policy with the behaviour and governance of banks and insurance companies and other actors within the financial sector. Again, not impossible to do. Europe is at one stage, the US is at another, China's at another. We're going to need to have that happen globally.
Again, I mean, easier said than done. When Senator Sheldon Whitehouse was here, he was pointing out the difficulties he's faced in Congress here. And, for everything you say about subsidies on the fossil fuel companies, I do wish the protesters who were here earlier were listening in or are listening into this. I guess the question...
But they were right.
Yeah, they were.
Right.
Yes.
Just to be really clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they're making the right argument. But the question is how? Like, politically, how do you advance what you're describing?
So...
And you seem quite optimistic, but I think both the senators who've been on so far were not very optimistic.
No, I'm a hopeful pessimist. So... But my experience at the World Bank when it came to subsidy reform was that you very rarely were able to win that argument in the face of domestic, local and politics and vested interests if you went in and talked about it from a climate perspective. But when you talked about it in terms of people's ability to afford energy, people's ability to afford the basics that they need, and you went in from a sort of social safety net, a people-focused set of arguments, and worked very hard on the communication around that, then countries were able to wean themselves off these subsidies. So subsidising people so that they can afford clean energy is not harmful. What's harmful is putting the subsidy in the pocket of the middleman or in the oil and gas company and expecting them somehow to do something different than what they've done up to now. So it isn't impossible, and but it does mean changing the narrative. And so it means when you have Senator Merkley sitting up here, pointing out that the Willow Project has completely undermined the ability of any American diplomat to work effectively at the G7 or at the G20, because, do as we say, not do as we do, he should get a round of applause. He should be applauded because that is exactly what is going on. The fact that the Japanese and the Americans and the UK and everybody else are arguing at the moment over grey hydrogen, green hydrogen, can we do this, can we do that? There needs to be a clarity from the G7 of, like, we are in an emergency, we need urgent action, this is what we're going to do. We're not there yet, but then we have to put people in office who will continue to make that case. At the end of the day, the politics is not as good as the science.
It never is. We're almost out of time. Could it be? I hope it is. I hope it will be. What are you looking... What should we expect on the road ahead to COP28 this year?
A lot of noise around COP28, maybe some big financial sort of new institutions, new packages, new ideas coming from the UAE. Maybe if they're deployed properly, they could leverage the MDBs differently. New leadership at the World Bank, an opportunity for a green meagre. And then not a lot, I think, of of new pledges from countries. These are difficult economic times, but progress around the structure of voluntary carbon markets, lots of innovation, lots of proof that there is a different way of doing things. And then hopefully June 2024, 80 years of the Bretton Woods institutions, we should go for green.
Last quick question. There are a lot of people in this room who care about all the issues we've been talking about today, and there are policymakers watching this on our live stream. If you had a word of advice for them to sort of not feel defeated by where things are at and to get a sense of where to channel their energies this year, what would you say?
Don't get distracted by bright, shiny things. We have to put our hands under the hood in the engine and shift it around and make it work cleanly for the current crisis that we're in, and we're perfectly capable of doing it.
Dean Rachel Kyte, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And now, please welcome Plastics Division Vice President at the American Chemistry Council, Joshua Baca, Principal of Finance and Transparency for Minderoo Foundation's Plastics Initiative, Lauren Kimmin, and Project Director of Preventing Ocean Plastics at the Pew Charitable Trust, Dr. Winnie Lau. This conversation on the future of plastics will be moderated by Maggie Lake, veteran journalist and founder of Maggie Lake Media.
Don't mind me while I rearrange the furniture just a little bit. Hi, everyone. So that was fantastic. If we could all avoid doing stupid things, as Dean said, it would be marvelous. And we'll certainly going to try in this next conversation. One of the things I love about participating in FP events is that they always encourage a wide range of views, and we certainly have that for this next panel. So I'm looking forward to a robust discussion. So let's kick it off. And Winnie, if I could start with you, I think it's worth for this conversation just having a little bit of a scene setter, because you do come from different positions, different stakeholders in this discussion, to talk a little bit about, just set the table for us. Where are we at when it comes to plastics, and what is top of mind? What do we need to prioritize in this conversation? And Winnie, I know Pew, you just released a report that was included that the EPA just referenced. So what do we need to understand about the problem?
Yeah, thanks, Maggie, for that question. So in 2020, Pew and Partners published the report, Breaking the Plastic Wave. It's a comprehensive analysis of the strategies we need to tackle the plastic pollution problem. And I want to share 3 really compelling statistics to kick us off on the urgency of this problem. So first, Pew's research estimates that today about 11 million metric tons of plastic is entering our oceans each year. To give you a sense of scale, imagine 30 pounds of plastic being dumped into the ocean along every foot of coastlines around the world. That is a sobering number. Second, if we continue along the pathway of business as usual, this number will triple by 2040. And third, the amount of plastic that will have accumulated in the ocean by 2040 will be 4 times more than what there is in the ocean today. Now, those are some sobering numbers, but Pew's research also found that there is a path for us to dramatically reduce the plastic pollution problem by 80% in 2040 with existing technology and solutions. This will require a system change whereby we implement solutions across the entire plastic life cycle, from production to manufacturing to distribution, use, recycling, and waste management. And these solutions will need to be implemented urgently and ambitiously, and all sectors have a role to play. But if we can put in place the system change approach, we can solve the global plastic pollution problem in 1 generation.
That's encouraging. We want to lean into that, and we're going to talk about that system change. Laurent, every time we talk about green energy or we talk about investment flows, or green or climate, and I just did it, we go to energy, right? The energy is always the first topic that comes up. Is there enough policy attention on the issues of plastic?
I think there's a huge opportunity to do more on policy. We just published a report called the Plastic Waste Makers Index, which looks at the upstream part of the supply chain, so the plastic producers, the petrochemical companies, and their responsibility for the single-use plastics crisis, which is the bulk of the macro plastic pollution, so visible pollution. And really, single-use plastic waste is growing. There's quite simply more single-use plastic waste than ever before. When we first did our report over 2 years ago, we saw that there was 130 million tons of single-use plastics made from fossil fuels and just a few million tons made from recycled waste. So about 99% of plastics back then come from fossil fuels. 2 years later, what do we find? An additional 6 million tons of single-use plastics from fossil fuels and just a few 100,000 from recycled waste. So now we've got about 98% of single-use plastics today coming from fossil fuels, right? And so to your point on climate, because of that, we also measured the life cycle emissions of, associated with single-use plastics. So all the way from fossil fuel extraction to end-of-life disposal. And across the industry, life cycle emissions from single-use plastics is about 460 million tons. And to put that into perspective, that's equivalent to the net emissions from the United Kingdom alone, or Australia alone. So pretty significant, right? And it's about 1 to 2% of the total carbon budget. And what we also found is that, about 60% of those life cycle emissions comes from the upstream part. So fossil fuel extraction, production, refining, to polymer production. And so there's a really interesting opportunity here for circular economy solutions and policies and more recycling and more reuse to not only, solve for the waste problem, but also solve for the climate problem. Climate and plastics are two sides of the same coin, right? So policy is really, really important to fix both.
And all of the reports we're talking about, there are links on the event page, as well as FP will be tweeting them out. So feel free to get them there, and you can download them and dig into the details, because it is so important to track this. Josh, when we're talking about this, and both of you mentioned opportunity, and I find myself often these days, I interviewed Peter Diamandis not long ago, very famous entrepreneur, creator of the X Prize, who said something that I'm thinking about constantly in these conversations. Show me one of the world's greatest problems, and I'll show you one of the biggest business opportunities there is. So how is ACC thinking about this?
Yeah. Well, Maggie, thank you for having me today, and great to be with such a distinguished panel. I'm going to start off and maybe provide a couple of viewpoints that I think are very important to that topic you just mentioned. I think the first thing is we have a lot of talk today going on about what's bad with plastics, right? And I won't sit here and say there are not challenges. There are significant challenges we face. But I want to start off and remind people of a couple of things that are really important. First off, plastics are a pretty remarkable innovation and invention. But think about some of the things they do. I see that helmet sitting right there on the floor. Plastics make us safer, right? I got a 5-year-old kid at home. We're currently in the midst of learning how to ride a bike. That thing keeps her safe, keeps her family safe.
We have not planted her, by the way.
You think about it from, hygiene, personal hygiene, or hospitals, IV bags, all the things that keep you safe and sanitary. Those are pretty remarkable things. When we start thinking about plastics from a climate perspective, plastics will be a critical component to making and achieving a lot of the ambitious climate goals we have. In fact, Senator Merkley was up here speaking just a few minutes before me. And Senator Merkley, we agree with you totally. If you want to transition to cleaner energy, our industry is going to be at the centerpiece of making that happen. You lightweight vehicles with plastic components. A car today, about 50% of the components of a car are made out of plastic materials. They only make 10% of the weight of the vehicle. If you want a car to go longer on an electric vehicle or an autonomous vehicle, plastics are going to play a very important role in that. And when I think about climate in particular, our industry takes that challenge very seriously. I mean, we are working daily to make our operations more efficient, cleaner, safer. You look over the last decade or so, plastic production increased by about 4 billion pounds. In that same time, our technology, our efficiency, and most importantly, our people found ways to do that more efficiently. We reduced our carbon emissions footprint by nearly 11 billion pounds. So we're making more plastics, but we're doing so more efficiently. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion and was mentioned here about what do we do about plastic entering the environment, leakage into the environment. It's a huge topic. And when we think about it, you've mentioned the part about business opportunity. Circularity is the business opportunity for our industry. We are investing today to make this a reality. In fact, I wouldn't say we're just investing and talking, we're actually doing it. And so when you think about those three things today, I'd remind folks about a couple things. One, plastics have made modern life very possible. You know, you think about all of the things that we do and all of the things we use. It's made infrastructure more efficient, delivering clean water. It's made us safer. It's a key component to climate. And circularity isn't just good for the environment. It's also a great business strategy for our industry.
So, Winnie, when we think about that, clearly it has a role to play. It's part of the problem, part of the solution, I think fair to say. How can we best accelerate the transition and get buy-in from the industry? Can we lean into circularity alone?
Well, what we found is we have to implement solutions across the whole plastic life cycle and the whole plastic value chain. And we need to also evaluate what we use in our industry, in our society, and find the best material that will take us to the green transition that we are trying to put in place. So we know plastic has many uses today and that it is widely used across many sectors. But at the same time, with the growing plastic pollution crisis and the climate crisis, we have to find solutions to tackle the impact of plastic and plastic waste on our society and our environment. And we also need to think about, as the energy systems infrastructure evolves and business models innovate, what would be the best material to take us forward to this new future?
So how do we move through the transition?
So in terms of the transition, the work that the Pew Research shows that we could implement solutions in three phases. The first would be near-term solutions that we call no-regret solutions, such as putting in place, investing in collection infrastructure, testing new delivery models, as well as putting in place, reducing and eliminating avoidable plastics and overpackaging.
Right.
The next phase would be medium term, what we call catalytic solutions, whereby we innovate and new materials and technology, where we scale up, secure large-scale funding for waste and recycling systems, as well as deploy new delivery business models such as refill and reuse systems and reverse logistics. And then in the longer term, we would put in place breakthrough solutions that would scale up these refill and reuse and reverse logistics systems globally, and where we can mainstream business models to provide packaging as service, as well as achieving a value-driven system for waste recovery and recycling.
Which makes sense. Lori, I think the challenge is you need investment across all of them now if you're going to address the gravity of the problem you just laid out. You just can't concentrate on the short term. You need to have funding throughout. What's the best way to incentivize change and make sure that we are moving across for not only a short-term Band-Aid or stopgap solution, but are focusing on the longer term too? What's the best incentive to do that?
Policy. It's really the key to solving, the failure for recycling to not scale, for biomaterials to scale. I mean, in our report, we actually show some green shoots across the industry. There are some chemical companies who are producing recycled polymers at scale, so that the solutions do exist. But interestingly, if you look at where they operate in markets and regions where there are progressive policies to support investment in waste management infrastructure to provide the feedstock for recycled material, right? So policy really is the key intervention that's required. You see it with the Inflation Reduction Act on clean tech energy in the US. The response from that, from businesses, from investors, the flow of capital now going to the US as a result, that sort of magnitude of incentives is what's required on sort of the waste management front. We need something similar on plastics, I think, on waste management, but also on the alternative space, right? So you've got some really new, interesting materials out there that can replace plastics altogether, but they are very early stage. You know, they require a lot of patient capital, they require a lot of government support and policies. But I think, you know, there is proof in the pudding that it does exist and that there are companies producing recycled polymers at scale. It's really just the policy intervention that's key that's going to drive that.
And it's not there yet.
No. Well, it is there in some regions, right? So in Europe, in the EU, for example, you have some policies like EPR schemes, recycled content targets. You have similar sort of policies in South Korea and Taiwan and Japan. And in those regions, you do have a bigger sort of circular plastics infrastructure, right? But we need that spread across the entire globe because this is a global problem and it needs a global solution. And kind of an opportunity right now is, of course, the Global Plastics Treaty, which is, you know, we have 2 years in the making of developing what that is and what that incorporates. But that's a real opportunity to implement some global policies to really drive that kind of recyclability and circularity to scale.
And so that we understand, when you're talking about circularity, for people who may not be as deep in this, are you talking about through recycling? Is that the main way to achieve circularity?
Yeah, it's keeping plastics within the economy and not...
Reuse.
Yeah, reuse, recycling, but also reduce. It's ensuring that plastics stay within the economy and don't end up in the environment. That's sort of circularity, right?
Joshua, how does ACC view reduction versus circularity? I hear you leaning into circularity, and we understand why. What about reduction?
Yeah, well, I think first off, let's start off with a couple of things. First, when we're talking about circularity, the U.S. is going to be the global leader in circularity. And the reason for that is we have the best technology, we have the best people, and we have the best way to manufacture things efficiently and at the lowest carbon footprint. Good contrast to this was some of the work that's referenced in the Inflation Reduction Act and what's happening in Europe. I think it is a perfect contrast to global competitiveness. In the U.S., you have policymakers today who are incentivizing and promoting the transition to cleaner products. In Europe, they're regulating them out of existence with mandates and proposals that industries really cannot meet. And when you think about this huge contrast that's happening, there is a deindustrialization happening in Europe because of really bad policy. And so when we talk about policy, policy really does matter. I think it's a critical driver to doing what we're talking about. In fact, we at the American Chemistry Council, we do policy really well. We've outlined a comprehensive plan to make the U.S. that global circularity hub. It talks about using more recycled content in plastic packaging. Yesterday I was on a flight. I was telling Laurent about this. Had a chance to read one of the Mindera reports again. They talk about a 20% recycled content target. We're actually advocating for a 30% recycled content target. And so when you pair that up and you're talking about reduce, one of the best ways to reduce the use of plastic is to keep it in the environment and use it as feedstock to make new material. We also got to promote new recycling technologies. The status quo is not working. We have to acknowledge that. There are limits to the abilities and the types of technologies that exist today to helping us achieve a lot of those ambitions. One of the things that we keep hearing today on this stage is alternative materials. And I think that is quite possibly one of the most important discussions we need to have. The data shows that alternatives to plastics are worse from a climate perspective. 13 of 14 applications tested by McKinsey show that the alternatives to plastics are worse. We have to take that into consideration. That's why in our framework, we say, let's study that. Let's not leave it to somebody who's just an independent arbiter. Let's leave it to the scientists who are the best and the brightest in our government to determine that. Because we're confident that when we do that and we measure that impact, we're going to know that plastics are better from a climate perspective. We also got to make sure that we have standards to do so. The U.S. is a unique animal within itself. We have 50 states, 9,000 recycling jurisdictions, 9,000 places do 9,000 very different things. Think about that for a quick second, how challenging that is.
Yeah.
If we want to get more material back in the system and use it as feedstock to make new material, we have to think about how we standardize some of those operations.
I believe all that intent is true and will help. Whenever I hear self-policing in industry, over the years, I think all of us feel a little bit of skepticism, or at least that a feeling that change won't happen quick enough. Because we've known this and we're facing the situation. Winnie, how can we look at that? How do we have to think about reduction versus funding alternatives? And what about the fossil fuel footprint of the alternatives right now? I'm assuming that's not static. Will that change as more investment goes there? How are you thinking about that? Or what did you find when you were looking into this issue?
So I want to highlight the need for reduction. Of course, we need solutions across the whole system and for circular economy. But today, globally, we recycle only 9% of the plastic that we put out into the market. And we will need to scale up waste management and recycling infrastructure, but that's a 90% gap, and this gap is growing. So reduction has to be a significant part of the mix to provide the solutions we need. In terms of the greenhouse gas emissions profile for plastics, I'll give you an example. A plastic bottle is lighter weight than a glass bottle. And so therefore, the transportation-related greenhouse gas emissions profile would be higher for that the glass bottle. But if we think about a different market system, whereby that glass bottle is reused multiple times, or if the energy and transportation system decarbonize, that the greenhouse gas emission profile for that glass bottle will change. So how we evaluate, whether we go with glass or paper or plastic, which material we use, will really depend on that energy future we're looking at and what would be the best material. So plastic is here right now, and there are many opportunities for us to transition to other business models and other materials.
And this is why you're talking about a system change.
Yes.
When you're thinking about how you calculate all of this.
Absolutely.
Laurent, Josh brings up a fantastic point, though, that if you are talking about, in his reference to the European framework, if you're talking about bans that will not get industry on board, then you're going to lose out huge sections of the stakeholders that you need to be participating. How do we need to think about getting that cooperation on board?
I think the fundamental issue here is that plastics are just so cheap to produce from fossil fuels, right? It's about economics. So you're not going to move to a circular economy if the economics don't work, right? And so we're pushing for a balancing of the economic playing field for fossil plastics versus the alternatives, right? And one of those things is to make fossil plastics more expensive, so by taxes, by polymer levies, or to subsidize the other side of it. I think it's a combination of both. But then also you think about plastics being too cheap because the full negative externalities of plastics aren't actually priced in to the material itself. So you saw or you heard Senator Jeff Merkley just talk about the human health aspect of plastics, right, and the cost of society on that front. So I think the dialogue in the next 10 years is going to be very different to the dialogue in the last couple of decades on plastics, when previously it's been about waste and pollution. I think going forward, the dialogue on plastics is actually going to be more about the human health aspect of that. And once that price is fully priced into the plastics material from fossil fuels, that's when the conversation starts to change, and industry will have to change as well.
Josh, I'm going to let you respond to that. I don't think this is working either. Well, thankfully, I'm very loud, so I didn't even notice that my mic wasn't working. Before I let you respond, Josh, Claire, do we have any questions that we should ask?
Jordan in DC actually has a question for the ACC. He's wondering, will the ACC ever support source reduction of plastic production? And how important is the UN's Global Plastic Treaty for you in this regard?
Great question. It all kind of ties in even to some of the comments that Laurent made. I think taxes, though, let's start off with that point really quickly. Implementing a tax on plastic is not going to solve your problem. Government does not solve your problem. Innovation in industry solves your problem. Innovation is not static, it's dynamic. Our industry is very dynamic. We're innovating today. And so when we think about applying a tax, for instance, on plastic, it's going to hurt the people who can least afford it today. You're talking about a tax on, one, how will it be implemented? Two, would the money be invested back into the system? And three, again, the alternatives to plastics aren't necessarily better. And so I just think it's really important that we have an honest dialogue around what the impact of these proposals are. The details really matter. I think in the comments about source reduction, it's a really good point. I think design is one of the greatest innovations our industry is doing. We're doing less with more today. We're using less material to meet the performance objectives of our customers with less energy and less water, and that's great, right? And so we are already reducing the amount of plastic we make because of those innovations. As we talk about circularity and using that design material I just mentioned, that's the feedstock to make new material. That's a great outcome, not just for the environment, but from a climate perspective. In regards to a global treaty, I think it's one of the central topics of our time on how we address this. And I think it really centers down to something that is really near and dear to my heart. Are we going to be competitive as a country here in the United States when it comes to domestic manufacturing? And a lot of the proposals you hear today would make the U.S. uncompetitive. We would be going down a route very similar where we would deindustrialize, much like Europe is doing, kill jobs and innovation, and most importantly, the products we make today would be made in countries with lesser environmental standards than the U.S. So we have to weigh all of that. A global treaty is vital for a couple of reasons. One, we need to build waste management capacity, not just here in the United States, but around the world. 3 billion people lack access to proper waste management. That's completely unacceptable. And so we need to start and understand when there is leakage into the environment, it occurs because of this. Two, we have to understand that when we're talking about a global agreement, the waste management, the systems, the technology, the people are very different in a country like Indonesia than here in the United States, and even in a state like Indiana. So a one-size-fits-all approach to a global treaty won't work. We need appropriate standards. We need national action plans to do that. We need to make sure that we're incentivizing circularity, not regulating industry out of existence.
Lori, do we need a global standard so that everybody is operating off the same playing field? I mean, this has been the holy grail when you're talking across sustainability. Is everyone being measured by the same set of rules?
We definitely need a global standard to make a level, playing field for everyone, which is why the global treaty is a huge opportunity. One push I want to make on the global treaty is that we hope it's based on science, right? We want science to be front and center of policy making, because you cannot argue with science. In the same way you have with climate change, you've got the IPCC, scientists, right, and policy coming off the back of that. The plastics treaty needs to have the exact same, right? We need to listen to the science behind it from both the waste perspective, the climate perspective, and also the health perspective.
Absolutely. Winnie?
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. I couldn't agree more with what Lori just said, that we need a science-based global treaty. And we also need to have certain metrics. And I'm excited to share about an initiative that Pew and our partners, the Minderoo Foundation, CDP, and the Ellen MacArthur Foundation has launched. And it is an initiative where we have included plastics questions in the annual questionnaire that CDP puts out to look at carbon, water, and forest footprint. So we're really excited about this initiative because it allows for greater transparency on the plastic industry, as well as allowing us to start measuring progress.
And I know within companies, if you can measure it, you can manage it. And that getting your head around that is often the first step as well. Josh, something I'm sure you hear about.
Measurement is one of the biggest challenges. I would love to commend Senator Carper and Senator Capito. They're leading a bill that just passed committee today that really talks about the need for data. Yeah. If we don't have good data, we can't measure and know if we're making progress towards our goals. So I really want to commend that type of leadership, what's going on there. I do also want to make something very clear to your question. We are very strongly in support of a global agreement for plastics. And I want to be very crystal clear about that because we are a global industry. We want to make things better and more efficient. And the aspirations we have aren't limited here to just the United States. You talk about the transition. We're investing today. $8 billion of our industry investments are already happening to achieve circularity. Partnerships all across the globe and here in the United States are happening. You have Waste Management and Dow working together to figure out how do we collect more of the hard-to-recycle plastics in other parts of the country. That's an incredible partnership. Partnerships need to be a big piece of that global treaty. Public-private partnerships in particular. Industry and innovation is key to that. And those partnerships and those relationships on the ground are what's going to make that treaty such a reality.
Absolutely. I think we might have time for one more quick one if we have one. No pressure, Claire.
Absolutely. So just following up on the plastics treaty, Arthi from Washington State would love to know what you all would like to see from the UN Global Plastics Treaty in order to really achieve our climate goals.
And I think I'll do that for time purposes to Lori and Winnie, since I think you just sort of gave your answer.
Yeah, just given time, I'll be quick. In our report, the Plastic Waste Makers Index, we make a ton of recommendations on what we think should be included in the Plastics Treaty. But again, I want to stress that the critical inclusion I want to make right now is on science, right? You cannot argue with science, and we need to have science as the basis for policy making for this industry. And I think, just like we have in climate, the same is needed. And I'm going to pass it on, but that's a really important point I want to make right now. And I think we need some global policy interventions as well. We kind of push, as a matter of urgency, on a polymer levy, right, to kind of limit fossil fuel plastics production, to make it more expensive, to level the economic playing field as another key kind of inclusion in the Plastics Treaty. But please do read our report because there's a lot more recommendations in there as well.
Winnie?
I second what Laurie just said, science informing the negotiations, and also to underscore the findings of our report, Breaking the Plastic Wave, that we need a system change. We need solutions implemented across the entire plastic value chain, entire plastic life cycle. And based on our findings, that those efforts need to be equal upstream and downstream across the plastic life cycle.
And I think the only way we're going to get there is to do what you're doing right now, is for people to sit around the same table or on the same panel and have very frank discussions on what every stakeholder needs in order to be able to move forward. So thank you all for participating today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, welcome to the stage, actors and Save the Children ambassador, Cobie Smulders.
Hello, everybody. I'm Cobie Smulders, like the voice in the sky just said, and I am a Save the Children ambassador. And I'm honored to introduce this panel discussion on one of the most pressing issues of our time, water insecurity. We now have groundbreaking tools that help measure water insecurity caused by climate change. And they show us that around the world, communities who are already challenged by inequities and discrimination disproportionately lack access to water that can be used safely for drinking, cooking, sanitation, and water-based hygiene. Over the next half hour, we'll hear from experts who will share their insights on the challenges and opportunities of addressing water insecurity. We'll learn about innovative solutions that are making a difference, as well as the ongoing barriers that we must overcome. But the conversation that we are having today in this room is not enough. We have to take action. We must urge policymakers at all levels to prioritize access to clean water. This means investing in infrastructure and technology to ensure that everyone has access to safe water no matter where they live. We also need to address the root causes of water insecurity, such as the climate crisis, unsustainable practices, and pollution. By working together, we can ensure a sustainable future where the availability of safe-to-use water is a reality for every child. Join me in supporting the critical work of organizations like Save the Children and in advocating for policies that prioritize access to safe water for all. So thank you again for being here this morning, and please welcome our panelists.
Please welcome Deputy Assistant Secretary for Water and Science at the U.S. Department of the Interior, Dr. Annalise Bloom, President and CEO of Save the Children U.S., Yanti Sarepto, and Associate Professor of Anthropology and Global Health at Northwestern University, Sarah Young. This conversation on strategies for strengthening water security will be led by Foreign Policy Executive Vice President Allison Carlson.
Hello again, everyone, and hello to all of you. Thank you so much for being here today. I am really excited about this conversation. It's a topic that doesn't get nearly enough attention. As Cobie was just mentioning, there is such an issue related to water scarcity that transcends all aspects of our lives. Today, over 2 billion people lack access to clean water. And if you think about how that reverberates through our lives, think about how it impacts industry, how it impacts health, how it impacts security. It touches everything, and we don't talk about it enough. So I'm excited to be part of this conversation today and just thrilled to be in dialogue with the three of you who are working intimately on all of these issues and have unique perspectives on it. Not only the problem, but more importantly, what needs to be done. And so thanks again for joining us. I want to encourage everyone to submit questions, and if you're online, submit them through the platform. But let's dive in. So Sarah, I'd like to start with you. You have been working doggedly on this issue for many years. And, you know, some of the things that were mentioned earlier today and actually in the last panel is about data. If we can't measure it, we can't manage it, we don't understand it. And so can you provide a little bit of a perspective on the scope of the problem and the work that you've been doing specifically to understand the nature of the problem and how it's affecting people's lives?
Sure. So water security is a term that covers all manner of sins. I mean, there's sort of 4 domains when you think about water security. Is it physically available? Can you get to it? You get to it, so that's the access part. Do you have it for everything that you need it for? So that's the use part. And then is it reliable? And what I have seen from my fieldwork globally is that we're pretty good at measuring physical availability. You can speak more to that. We have some sense of availability in the sense of measuring infrastructure, but we're missing that last mile. We haven't been measuring if people have the water that they need for all the aspects of their life and if it's reliable. And that's where my team comes in. So we've developed the Water and Security Experiences Scales, which are 12 items, 3 minutes, and they stand up through all of the statistics and theory and field testing to show that these data can generate really important information that tells us if people are, in fact, water secure.
And I understand you're just coming back from Mexico.
Yes. So it was a fantastic meeting there where we were getting people together, people who cared about water, but maybe more importantly, because water use touches on sanitation, hygiene, of course, but it also touches on nutrition. It also touches on infectious disease. It also touches on economic well-being. So what we did is we pulled together leaders from a FAO, UNICEF, World Food Program, and governmental leaders. We got together and we said, we need to harmonize how we're understanding and measuring water security. And we came to agreement that this is the way forward.
I'm really fascinated about the approach and focus on experiential factors. How is it impacting people's lives and their experience? Yeah. Want to dive into that a little bit more. Turning over it to you, Yanti. I know you have some perspective on this as well, but from Kenya, and understand that you've been doing work there on the ground, and would love to hear a little bit more from you about your work with Save the Children, and specifically your travel to Kenya and how you are seeing water scarcity issues manifest there.
Sure. Look, Save the Children works in 115, 116 countries all across the world, 25,000 staff, and we reach hundreds of millions of children. But if you look at the impact of the lack of water access, use, etc., the power dynamics around water use, it impacts children not in the future, but now, right? If there is no water in the school, there is no latrines, guess what happens when girls get their periods? They miss out on school. They miss 40 days per year easily on school. That translates into years of less education than their counterparts. We see half of the healthcare clinics that Save the Children works in, and worldwide, that's data that we do have no water and soap. So can you imagine that you're a mom giving birth in a clinic and there is no water and soap? So we see it every day in our work manifest. So we went to Kenya 2 weeks ago. We brought along 6 congressmen and women to effectively show them the impact of U.S. leadership, U.S. funding, and investment behind some of our interventions. And if you go to northern Kenya, Turkana, It's one of the, you land and you see this massive Lake Turkana, which is this massive body of water, which is salty, brackish, and then it's essentially a desert. And Kenya, as well as Somalia, have had 5 failed rains. It's the worst drought in 40 years. So there's literally not been a drop of rain in that place for over 2 years. So that means most of the people there who survive because they're pastoralists, so they roam, they're nomadic, they have animals. 2.5 million animals died. They've lost their livelihoods, their income, their ability to send their kids to school, etc., etc. So massive impact of lack of water, of reliable water, because even when there then is once in a while a bit of an unexpected rain, it turns into a flash flood because the ground is so dry that it won't absorb it, and then it literally it also kills animals. So animals get killed because of drought or because they're flushed away in a flood. So we saw all of that, and then of course if you want to be in a healthcare clinic and make sure that moms can give birth safely, if you want to work with pastoralists and help them farm so that they can actually regain their income, if you want to work with women entrepreneurs and help them set up a small business, and those are all the things that we were doing there with some of our great partners, you also need to make sure that there is some sustainable access and use of water. Now, there are people sometimes think, oh, it's too difficult, it's too expensive, it's in a desert anyway. But we've seen there on the ground there are actually cost-effective solutions, and they're being, there's innovation happening all the time as well. You can do rainwater harvesting if there is rain, right? There are still places it's rain. It's unpredictable. Sometimes it's on and off. But if you have good harvesting mechanisms in place, you can actually at least use that to have it. There's phenomenal. Yes, you can do boreholes. There's a phenomenal technique now. I'm certainly not a water expert, so somebody can hold me honest here. But where you actually capture rain and you can almost turn it into a reverse borehole. So you then store it underground. So there are ways to do this effectively. You can do it for individual households and make it more accessible for them, or for schools. Mm-hmm. You can put sensors on schools and understand when rain is coming so that you're ready for it. So I do think there is now so much more available that we're not always putting to good use. And I would say we are delighted with Sarah's work. We're trying to incorporate it now into the work that we do, because for us that data is super important.
Absolutely, and would love to dive into that in a moment as well. And you're in luck because we have a hydrologist on the stage as well. So would like to dive into that too. But I'm curious too, this was part of a congressional delegation you mentioned, and so curious about those priorities and how you see that partnership as being critical to informing policy. And then I'd like to come over to you, Annelies, working with the Department of Interior and tying that into priorities for the U.S. and this administration with the water strategy that was recently released.
Yeah, look, it was great to travel with members of Congress. When you travel, you have lots of opportunity to talk about lots of things, but also to bring them, to have them see up close and personal the impact of the work. We went to this area in Naivasha where we're working with smallholder farmers and also really young farmers. Let's not forget that 70% of the population of Kenya is under 25, right? So we met young people who were farming. U.S. investment helps them adapt to droughts and more unpredictable rainy seasons, more drought-resistant crops, better irrigation, understanding soil techniques, helping them essentially, weather-proofing some of their farming, and then also an investment in the private sector to make sure that they can link up their produce and get decent contracts with a local Kenyan company who can then export it. Essentially, this went to Europe, which I realize for climate is not always great, but it does create a sustainable business for a Kenyan company, which employs thousands of people, and it creates reliability and an export market for local farmers, as well as their domestic use.
And those examples are so important. We were talking about some earlier in terms of what can be done, what exists, what's already being able to be implemented, and there's a return on investment, there's value there. in many respects, in many sectors. And I'd like to turn to the hydrologist to my left and bring you in. I think you have such a fascinating background, Annalise, and you're coming from, now at Interior, previously DOD, and a hydrologist and a scientist and a data nerd who I'm very excited to be among. I hope you don't mind me saying that. Love it. And just really excited to hear from your perspective of how you're thinking about these challenges as they pertain to the interior and the role of policy, understanding there are so many of these cascading impacts for health, economic development, and security. How is that translating into the administration's policy and the priorities that you have now in your work?
Thanks. Yeah, that's a great question, and definitely a data nerd, so I'm always supportive of that. I think I just kind of want to start off by saying I think it's so important we're talking about water security here at this climate summit today, because we cannot address the climate crisis if we don't talk about water security. They're intrinsically linked. Both for adaptation and mitigation of climate change, we need to be talking about water. Adaptation, we're seeing the majority of the risks of the climate change impacts, floods, droughts, sea level rise, they're usually water-related risks. And then when it comes to mitigation, hydropower is a huge source of renewable energy, one of the oldest that we have, and a really important source around the world. And if we're not managing our water resources well, managing our reservoirs, we lose out on the source, on hydropower. And so we need to make sure, I think a huge piece of it is thinking about the way water, climate, health, all of these different things, ecosystems are interconnected. And so when we're trying to work on solving one of those issues, we're thinking about how they're connected to all of those other challenges and security risks and environmental security kind of more broadly. And I think it's exciting to be part of the Biden-Harris administration, as we've talked about so far, really recognizes the urgency of these intersecting crises and the impact to local and marginalized communities. And just last Friday, President Biden announced a new executive order on our commitment to environmental justice for all. So recommend that you check that out if you haven't seen that already. And domestically, so the Department of Interior also last week, the Bureau of Reclamation just announced their climate change adaptation strategy. And so that's really going to be important for guiding the Bureau for using leading science and engineering to inform water and power management decisions to minimize the impacts of climate change for Western water. And so, as you mentioned, I'm a hydrologist. I'm obsessed with data. And so a big piece of that is making sure we have the data we need to manage our water resources well, but then also sharing that data. If we're managing shared water resources, whether it's between states or countries, having a shared understanding of how much water we have is really a necessary starting point to have a conversation about how we are going to manage it, particularly under increased uncertainty associated with climate change. And then you also mentioned the White House last year released their action plan on global water security, which was really exciting. It was the first time that a plan of this level was released at the White House level, focused on this access to water and sanitation, kind of the hygiene, water quality piece as a first pillar. Second pillar focused on sustainable water management. And then the third pillar, promoting multilateral action on water security. So really exciting things coming out of the administration, recognizing the urgency of these issues, but then also how they're all interconnected, and water and climate, we need to address them simultaneously.
Absolutely. And while it isn't talked about enough, there does seem to be a bit of momentum and coalescence around the issue, and coming from UN Water last month as well. Claire, I saw you raise the flag. Is there a question from the audience?
Yes, Valerie here in DC is wondering what role you see seawater desalination playing in managing global water security issues, and how countries can ensure these projects limit their environmental harm.
Great question.
The hydrologist.
Obviously, a really important solution in many places where there aren't other options, but usually what I say, first, we have huge opportunities to increase water efficiency use and reduce our demand for water, and that should be kind of our first step. We should be trying to minimize losses in water and transmission. There's huge losses because desal is really energy intensive. And so we don't want to be making the climate crisis worse while getting the water resources we need. But of course, in some communities, that's the only option. And so I'm excited about new technologies and advancements and trying to make sure that we can do that, as the person who asked the question mentioned, in a way that's more environmentally sustainable. But curious if other folks have thoughts.
No, I would agree. Yeah, that's right. Last resort. And expensive.
Yeah, last resort.
Picking up on what you were mentioning, Annalise, about priorities and policy and action by government, I'd like it to turn it back to you, Sarah, and I'm curious, in your interaction in Mexico and also the other governments that you're working with around the world, how are you engaging with them on these issues and ensuring that they're recognizing it's a priority? What is the entry point to prioritize it and have a common understanding of the value and the need to do that work and systematize it as part of surveys and other efforts to inform investments that those governments need to make?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I would argue that water security has been invisible for a long time because we haven't been measuring it at the level of the human. But now with these questions we have, like, how often have you been angry about your water situation? How often have you had to change food you eat because of problems with water? That resonates. Like, you don't have to be a hydrologist to understand, like, you don't want your constituents to be experiencing shame or anger about their water situation. And so we've been pretty successful in conveying the extent of the problem. And so we've been collaborating with Gallup World Poll and UNESCO to get nationally representative data on 31 countries. And these are valuable data. And they paint a picture that looks different than if you're looking at the infrastructure. So like at Cairo Water Week, we presented roughly a quarter of Egyptians are water insecure. That's a very different number than you would get if you're evaluating infrastructure. Same in Mexico. And that has really caused pause. I mean, it's not great news, but if you are a political leader, you need to know what you're dealing with. And so it's caused pause, but it's also caused an opportunity for improvement. And we can see that policymakers sort of saying, yes, we can shift this, which is great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember in our conversation that we had preparing for this as well, we were talking about it's a way to establish accountability, but also leadership. Right? And those who are able and willing to move forward, to understand the nature of the problem, the severity of it, and allocate resources then to it.
Yeah.
I think in our position to establish leadership in that way.
At World Water Week 2 years ago, I think Zach Goldsmith, who was the British Foreign Minister for the UK, said, the water insecurity experience scales are a new indicator to hold people accountable. And accountability can be great, and it can be very, very scary. But if we say we value water, we all need to be accountable for it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'd like to turn it over to you, Yanti, and talk a little bit more about what you see that needs to be done in terms of the investments that are being made and the mechanisms that are being employed. We've talked a lot today about financing, the need for money. That is absolutely clear. The investment gap in water is severe. Mm-hmm. And we were talking as well a little bit about some of the ways in which investments are being made are reactive. That's right. And I'd like to hear a little bit more from your perspective about what more can be done. Yes, responding to the problem and the crisis is absolutely vital, but what more can be done upstream, so to speak, to address those infrastructure issues so that it's more proactive and less reactive in terms of investments?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, incremental funding is needed, and we are definitely supporting, the president's budget and the ask there, within there, particularly for foreign assistance, as well as for domestic investments, and climate change and water is a part of that. And there's a couple of things outside of incremental funding. There's also how do we use what we have much better. We know, I mean, it's an old wisdom, right, that an ounce of preparedness is worth whatever, a kilo in response. And it's the same for things like humanitarian response. It's often we see now, we always get the money after the earthquake has happened, the drought has happened, the flood has happened, whatever it is. And we know that if you respond earlier, before it happens, it is usually cheaper, more efficient. If you make sure that not half of healthcare clinics are without water, you prevent much worse health issues down the line that are harder to resolve. Aside from the harm it does to women and children and everybody, it's also cheaper to resolve, to make sure that hygiene is there before people get infected and women and children lose their lives. So there's a lot of, but the prevention narrative is sometimes a really hard sell, publicly, politically, because people think like, well, it hasn't happened yet. So where's the ROI on that investment? Mm-hmm. And somehow so we, all of us, have to do better in making that a much clearer case. Because instinctively, people do understand it. If you invest in that water infrastructure, we still, in humanitarian responses, I still see when Save the Children is always, in a response, we're there, we're responding with everything that kids and their families need. And we still end up water trucking water in. Now, sometimes it's inevitable if the whole infrastructure is destroyed, and yes, you have to do it. And it's the most important thing on our list, because we know waterborne diseases happen. If you don't solve that, then everything else is for naught. But that water trucking sometimes goes on for way too long, unnecessarily. Yeah. Super expensive, really bad for the climate, by the way, very unsustainable, and some upfront investment in rehabilitating the water infrastructure would be better. But sometimes it's not in we have to be better in designing it in purposefully. So those are some of the things. And I think there's also a real role for national governments, not just here, but everywhere. I would herald the decision of the government of Niger recently to make Ministry of Health said essential items for our hospitals and clinics is water and soap. Yeah, it sounds so obvious, but if you don't have that, now, of course, you then need to make sure there's funding, you need to make sure it's implemented. But that is a good signal of the government's taking it more seriously.
Mm-hmm. Sarah, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I wanted to add something that I see again and again, and that's the siloing of water from other things. Like we see, like the wash people care about wash, and the nutrition people care about nutrition, and so on and so forth. But speaking of data nerds, I mean, what we want to do is connect the water data to the health data, and the water data to the food security data. And we're starting to make the case when we can get to that, then you can talk other people's languages when you're speaking water.
Exactly. So concrete examples. So the humanitarian sector has now been using for a number of years FuseNet effectively, a fantastic investment. Thank you, USAID and the US government and the Gates Foundation and others to set this up. And it essentially measured food security across the world. So it's super helpful for organizations like ours to know where are kids food insecure and at what grade. So and it becomes a little technical, but then you know when where it gets really bad, and it helps you allocate resources better. If we could do a FuseNet on water use and water security, that would be massive, and it would have a direct impact on nutrition, on health as well. So the platform is there.
Yeah, and the plausibility of that relationship is now established. We collaborated with Food and Agriculture Organization in a 25-country study and showed that if you are water insecure, you're 2 to 3 times as likely to be food insecure when controlling for all the things that we know shape food insecurity: age, gender, education, income. So,
absolutely. And connecting those dots, we were talking earlier as well about money matters, but there are all of these tools and ability to leverage them that are publicly accessible, free resources that can be leveraged and brought to bear to inform that decision making. And Annalise, I wonder if you could touch on that a bit as well.
Yeah, thanks so much. No, I think you teed it up really nicely. There's such a huge opportunity to take advantage of the amazing expertise we have across the U.S. government. I mean, I work specifically with the U.S. Geological Survey. They have incredible sources of data made publicly available. A lot of it's domestic, but they also have an international program office. They've been working with the Bureau of Reclamation to support the government of Iraq to manage their climate change risk and manage water resources better, helping train their teams to do remote sensing, to manage scarce water resources for a long time. And I think kind of working as a whole of government, working with other partners outside of government, academia, there's such a real opportunity to take advantage of what we already have that actually doesn't cost very much money, and make sure that we're sharing all of the knowledge and the data that we have with partners around the world who might not have access to that sort of information, and that information hopefully can help them start planning proactively and make a case for why they need to do the preventative work, kind of bringing it back to what you were saying at the beginning, so that we can spend a lot less preventatively instead of always just having to clean up the mess afterwards and be more prepared.
Right.
And maybe just one thing on that, when you asked me before about financing, yes, incremental money. There is a real role here, and I think an investable case also for the private sector. And when we talk whole of government, I would certainly mention DFC as an opportunity to say, there could be a real case here to de-risk investment for the private sector. There are SMEs also in countries where there is high levels of water insecurity, to make some of these investments, to use some of these technologies that are sometimes they're really locally grown because people have lived in those situations already for years and years. And the reason they're still alive is because they have actually adapted and they have found ways that sometimes we, sitting here, not being water insecure, sort of overlook. So I think there's a real opportunity here to use some of that available capital to actually de-risk some of those investments and make a market in addressing some of these issues.
There is a real opportunity, and I'm energized by all three of you and the work that you're doing, and the fact that backstage you're already collaborating on what you can do next, how you can work together, which is just fabulous to see. And the best of what we could hope for coming out of today is more action, more collaboration. And so we're out of time, unfortunately, but one last question to you, Sarah, is when you think about those next steps, we're coming up to the next global stock take for the SDGs and scaling the work that you're doing. 31 countries already needing and wanting to expand and determined to do so. What needs to happen next so that there can be a broader utilization of this data to inform water-related security investments and actions going forward?
Well, I'm a big fan of data. It won't surprise you. So, I would really like to see estimates of people's experiences with water insecurity in all 160 countries in the world. That's overdue. But I'd also like to empower people to think about water differently than what we do, so that they themselves are saying, what's happening in my constituency? Are things getting better? Are things getting worse for the people in where I live? Yeah. And if we hold that as the benchmark for water secure or not, we'll be in good shape.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thanks to all of you for the work you're doing. Best wishes in the road ahead. And thank you for family members for coming today, and for all of you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now, please turn your attention to the screens for an FP Live interview recorded last week featuring Special Presidential Envoy for Climate at the U.S. State Department, John Kerry, and Foreign Policy Editor-in-Chief, Ravi Agrawal.
You mentioned at the top with the IRA that not everyone is happy about it. So let's talk about that a little bit. The IRA has angered, I think, many of your allies in Europe and in Asia. A frequent criticism is that the bill offers unfair advantages to American companies, that it threatens European jobs and industries, and that it's essentially part of America becoming more protectionist. I should also add numerous economists, Adam Posen in this magazine, Larry Summers on this program, have made the case that while the IRA might be well-meaning, and it represents bad economics. Is that where we are, that to get anything done on climate change, we have to resort to protectionism?
No, we don't. And I think that where there are individual measures within the IRA that may have, annoyed people a little bit because of their focus on content or their focus on, location for production and so forth, The fact is we're working those differences out with our friends, with Canada, where President Biden just had a very successful meeting in Canada with Justin Trudeau, with our friends in Europe, where we've had a number of tweaks that have already been made. And my conversations with our allies and friends involved on this issue and other security issues is that they also get the bigger part of the message, which is we've got to put more money on the table in order to, in some cases, subsidize a transition that otherwise may not happen, but that we must effect in order to make our countries more secure. And an ancillary benefit, obviously, to the security issue, it's not just energy security. It's security that comes from avoiding conflicts in various places, not fighting over water, not seeing millions of refugees and migrants moving to intensify what is already a major challenge in terms of international relationships. So I see that happening. I see people really focusing in on the realities here. The science tells us that if we don't affect this transition, we will have trillions of dollars wrapped up in responding to the crisis. And you could have interruptions in food production in Africa and various other places. You could have a huge challenge to the adequacy of water supplies for people around the world. Look at what happened with Lake Mead, Lake Powell last summer, and the Colorado River. Look at what happened to the Rhine River, where it was down to...
Secretary Kerry, just to jump in there, one can't disagree with you on the sum of what you're saying, but the critique from economists that the IRA essentially represents bad economics, that it's a climate change bill called the Inflation Reduction Act. It's couching much of what are well-meaning initiatives, but couching it in job creation or industrial policy or reducing inflation. And that's where it's promising things that it's not actually going to do in the cleanest sense. I mean, economic history shows that you create jobs and you foster innovation by opening up markets, not by shutting them down.
We're not shutting them down. In fact, we anticipate that the IRA will, in fact, open up markets. It's going to open up whole new supply chains around the world. The world is not well served by having the major supply of critical minerals and, in the end, solar panels and or wind turbines coming from one country. That is not healthy for anybody. And so you have to find a way to break that. I mean, remember, we had a solar industry 15, 20 years ago. So did Germany. And what happened to that? China dumped massive amounts of solar panels into the marketplace, underpriced, and they basically took that market away, and people didn't pay that much attention to it, unfortunately. As some people are not paying enough attention to the challenge of the climate crisis right now. So we have no choice but to try to provide incentives to bring capital to certain places. You can't order private capital to go do this or that. That's not how America works. And nobody's suggesting we should be doing that. So we have always provided incentives. Go back and look at the oil and gas exploration incentives, some of which are still there after 50 and 60 years. We provided incentives on any number of different things where we need to stimulate the market with a demand signal.
Next up, please welcome Director of Government Sustainability at Fortescue, Todd Cluett, Senior Director of the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council, Landon Darrence, and Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Energy Resources at the U.S. Department of State, Ambassador Jeffrey Pyatt. This conversation on energy security and the future of fuel will be led by foreign policy publisher and CEO, Andrew Solinger.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our discussion on one of the top energy sources, headline energy sources that we're very excited about today, green hydrogen. It is green hydrogen's moment in the sun. The IEA, just to set the stage for the discussion, forecasts that green hydro will fulfill 10% of our energy needs by 2050. When we talk about green hydrogen, just to make sure everyone is in the loop on this, we're referring to hydrogen created with renewable energy as opposed to fossil fuels, which would be all the other different colored hydrogens, blue, gray, brown, That will largely be seen initially in some of the hardest to abate sectors. Heavy industry, primarily the iron and steel sector, emits around 7% of the world's carbon dioxide, more than all of the world's cars combined. It cannot be phased out unless we don't want buildings or appliances or all those important things. And this is something that the U.S. has invested in heavily over the course of the past couple of years. In fact, the Department of Energy is in the process right now of vetting proposals from 8 to 10 regional hydrogen hubs around the United States. They will invest $8 billion in those all around the country. One of them we actually just highlighted in a foreign policy analytics report, which you can find online. It's with the Joint Center for Development and Research in Earth Abundant Materials, or JC Dream, with Washington State University. And you can find that research at jcdream.org. But what I'd really like to kick off on is with our excellent panelists. I'm joined by Ambassador Pyatt, Todd Cluett of Fortescue Future Industries, and Lana Durrance from the Atlantic Council, our good friend. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen. But I'd love to go to you, Ambassador Pyatt, right off the bat, and talk a little bit about what's happening globally. There's obviously a tremendous amount of energy and focus on this in the United States. And you were just mentioning in the fantastic discussion that we had in the green room right now that I wish we were having on stage as well, but let's replicate it right now. You're just coming out of and continuing with a bilateral with your Australian counterpart and talking about these very issues right now.
No, that's exactly right, Andrew, and thank you for the invitation. One of the good fortunes I had last year was to be confirmed as Assistant Secretary at exactly the moment that Congress passed the Inflation Reduction Act. Obviously a hugely important moment in terms of America's climate policy and the credibility that we bring to the table. But it's also incredibly exciting in terms of the acceleration that the IRA is catalyzing in some of these key industries, like green hydrogen, like carbon sequestration, and in particular, and of great importance, the diversification of clean tech supply chains to reduce the vulnerability that we face because of China's overwhelming domination of a lot of these key markets of the future. So it's been incredibly exciting to me as I've gone around the world and engaged in lots of these energy dialogues with Japan, with India, with Korea, with the European Union, to see how America's leadership has moved the needle in terms of how the market is thinking about the role that green hydrogen is going to play in the decarbonization of these hard-to-abate sectors that you talked about, like steel, like heavy transportation, like chemicals, but also what we can do just over the next couple of years to go after a sector, industrial hydrogen, 3% of global CO2. So just cleaning up that sector alone will bring material climate benefits. So it's a very exciting time. As you mentioned, I'm in the middle of our annual energy security dialogue with Australia. It's been a fantastically positive conversation, including about green hydrogen because of the leadership that some Australian companies like Fortescue are playing in this space, but also because we're allies. And I'll finish up on this point. The green hydrogen is not just a climate answer. It also goes to the new world that we have encountered following Vladimir Putin's weaponization of Russia's oil and gas resources, and the imperative of building a more diverse and secure energy supply chain to the future. And that's the exciting part about the green hydrogen opportunity.
And one last point on this. You were just mentioning this is happening very quickly, and it's a big transformation, and we all are going to be learning a tremendous amount about hydro and going forward. But maybe you could just share that one quick anecdote that you mentioned about coming back from COP27 in your morning meeting with the seniors at the State Department.
No, well, as I was sharing with you, Andrew, I had the opportunity to be part of the U.S. delegation to COP27 last year in Sharm el-Sheikh. And when I walked into our senior staff meeting at the department, first day back in the office, I said, we are all going to have to learn a lot more about green hydrogen because this is going to be rippling across the global energy marketplace, and it's going to have significant geopolitical impacts as well. And our challenge, my challenge in ENR, where we think about the geopolitics of energy, is to make sure that we leverage America's leadership in this space to strengthen our alliances, to help make our allies and partners more secure, but also to advance the urgent climate requirements that we face.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing, Ambassador. Todd, would love to bring you into the conversation and talk a little bit about Fortescue Futures Industries and Fortescue generally. a real leader in the hydrogenization of the mining sector, if that's an accurate term. I don't know if I can activate that. A massive mining company in Australia. Your leader, Andrew Fortescue, has pledged to be carbon neutral by 2030, very focused on producing hydrogen in the mining sector. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about what Fortescue is doing and why you're doing this, why you're undertaking this in a leadership role.
Okay, so just sort of following on from the ambassador's point, we started with Andrew, 2 or 3 years ago, going around the world because Andrew Forrest saw a future in green hydrogen and talking to countries around the world and seeing, if they were interested or had the appetite to work with us to create this industry. Fast forward 3 years post IRA, what the ambassador says has come true. It's like what we saw those first days is people just staring blankly at us. And then what we see today is an acceptance that this is a real industry that's going to be 10% of the energy mix going forward. So in terms of the question, what does Fortescue do? We're a huge honking mining organisation. We're a big emitter. And we committed to decarbonising our whole mining operations by 2030. So we are, with mining trucks that are bigger than this room, mining trains, our shipping fleet, we are investing to decarbonise and put into that machinery and infrastructure hydrogen-related and renewable fuel cells. Separate to decarbonising the mining sector, we are investing in green hydrogen globally, and we want to be one of the first movers creating large-scale supply of green hydrogen globally. We have committed this year to get 5 projects to FID. So early on, people would say, what's the problem with green hydrogen? It's too far away. Well, it's not too far away anymore, and it's in part because of the US administration, in big part because of the US administration, but companies like ours and other big companies have said, right, we're just going for it.
And tell us a little bit about your view of the IRA and how this impacts development projects globally. One of the things you were saying is that the U.S. is now the most attractive place to invest in some of these projects. It's sucking all the attention out of the rest of the world. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit on that.
Yeah, and it's not even close. So one of the challenges in a new industry is we got to compete with alternative fuels, blue hydrogen, diesel, oil and gas. And what the IRA and green hydrogen, the challenge was always that we could figure out how to produce it, but the cost was too high. The IRA immediately made it profitable to do this in the USA. So what that means is all the investment decisions head towards the USA now. And so that's great because the USA has in fact made it profitable. And so there's a singular and critical benefit to that globally because we pilot it, we test it out, we prove the green hydrogen supply chains can work. Rich countries like the EU, like Japan, like Canada, and hopefully Australia, post your meetings with the ambassador, have responded. And it will be profitable in those countries as well. But there are many countries in the developing world who've got great resources and great potential to be exporters of green hydrogen who can't afford that. So we need to figure out ways of getting them in the game. And so that's where I think Rachel Kite's comments before are very important. The MDBs, World Banks, etc., they've got a role to play here to get some of those developing countries like Namibia, like Morocco, like Oman, Chile into the game here.
And that'd be a great point to go to Landon on and talk a little bit about what we're seeing globally. There's quite a few examples of excellent projects and initiatives that are occurring cross-border. Maybe you could share with us some examples of what you've seen at the Atlantic Council, specifically on that cross-border initiative where there's been help and cooperation to work on projects between countries.
Andrew, I think I find the conversation about this green hydrogen renaissance really fascinating, especially in the context of energy security. hydrogen discovered in the 1700s, the first electrolyzers in 1800, and it was kind of largely put on the shelf for the last 200 years, and now we're bringing it back. And it's not being brought back because of energy security initially, it's being brought back because of the climate imperative, right? It's about economic competitiveness in a net zero world for the industrialized countries. I think, you know, if you're looking at the developing world, maybe lower or mid-tier income countries, there's also a unique opportunity to monetize a rich resource base because a lot of these countries are in Africa or other parts of the world in the Middle East. So you're looking at corridors from the UAE to Egypt to Mauritania, maybe Namibia, people, you know, countries that are on shipping lines that really make this a valuable asset to them. And I think now, to the ambassador's point, we're also compounding this on energy security from an aspect of being able to have even a more diverse energy mix. I would say, you know, a note on energy security, though, too, when you think about investments, when you go back to COP27 and you look in Sharm el-Sheikh, when the Egyptians announced their efforts to really pursue aggressively a green hydrogen engagement, and I think the first project is maybe 100 megawatts, and it's intended to produce green ammonia. A lot of investment is coming from countries like UAE, and these are countries in the Middle East that have a historic footprint in the fossil energy. And energy security to them in this component isn't how we're thinking about it in the context of Russia, Ukraine, and Europe. It's about having an economic livelihood in a future that may diminish the value of conventional energy resources.
And indeed, a lot of the oil majors are also very seriously considering and looking at this as a new path for them. It's even changing the nature of their lobbying organizations. We were chatting about that as well. They have to consider the mix of the projects that these companies are undertaking. And Ambassador, you were really saying also that that is what gives you a bit of positive hope that there will be scalable, genuine development here. Because once the majors start looking at this as a viable business and future for them, then the investment comes pouring in and suddenly it grows.
No, I think this is very much Todd's point. The Rubicon has already been crossed, and it's the fact that you have big companies like AES and ExxonMobil that have made large commitments here in the United States on the Gulf Coast. The fact that there is so much interest in how to go after that gray hydrogen market and replace that as quickly as possible in the next couple of years with blue or green hydrogen, but also what's happening in other countries. I was in India in January. India has made a very large, Prime Minister Modi has made a very large commitment to India's hydrogen future, arguably the most consequential country in the entire world in terms of our climate future because of its size, because of the energy demands that India is going to have in the future. And you have big Indian companies like Reliance and Tata that have committed to completely decarbonizing their energy businesses using principally the incentives around green hydrogen. I was with Prime Minister Shmyhal of Ukraine last week. The Ukrainians, a country that was the Texas of the former Soviet Union, the Ukrainians are very serious about developing hydrogen linked to their very large nuclear fleet as part of their post-war energy future. Their leaders talk about Ukraine becoming the power bank of Europe, a resource for the whole continent. The same thing is happening in Latin America. I was with the Chilean ambassador a couple of days ago. I'll be in Trinidad and Tobago in 2 weeks. TNT is also looking at this sector. So this is happening. What's exciting about it also is how it opens the potential that in the relatively near future, within this decade, you are going to have a world where green hydrogen is incorporated to get after the very hardest sectors, including long-haul trucking here in the United States. It is a source of concern that today 95% of the hydrogen fuel cell trucks in the world are produced in China. We have to change that. And that's one of the things that the IRA is intended to accomplish.
Let's talk about China for a moment. You hadn't mentioned them until just now, and obviously in the world of geopolitical competition and at foreign policy, any conversation can't go too long without mentioning China. Where do we sit vis-a-vis the U.S. and the rest of the world versus China and their position on this? You had mentioned earlier that China, like everything else, controls 50% of the electrolyzer market right now, but is the #1 user of industrial hydrogen. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about our future and working with China and where they fit into the green hydrogen mix.
So first principle, you know, I think we have lived through an extraordinarily stressful year in the transatlantic energy relationship. we are all enormously encouraged that we have successfully disarmed Vladimir Putin's energy weapon. But it was striking to me when I was last in Brussels about 3 weeks ago how quickly the conversation evolved from we cannot allow a situation where Europe's former dependence on Russian oil and gas is replaced with dependence on Chinese clean tech supply chains. And the IEA, in its energy technology report, has laid out all the dimensions of that vulnerability. It's critical minerals, it's hydrogen electrolyzers, it's silicon wafers and solar modules, it's electric vehicles, where Chinese companies are moving very, very aggressively, not into the U.S. market, but in Europe and Southeast Asia and South America, next door in Mexico, they are everywhere. So we have to recognize this as one of the fundamental geopolitical challenges that we have right now. What gives me great encouragement is the fact that our companies here in the United States are moving so ambitiously into this space, and we're doing so with allies and partners. Along with my Australia dialogue today, we're also hosting, of course, President Yoon is here with about 150 Korean companies. I've had the opportunity to talk to the CEOs of LG and Hanwha and a number of other Korean companies, all of whom are extraordinarily focused on the opportunity, the investment opportunity that this energy transition provides, and the opportunity to do a lot of their work and a lot of their manufacturing here in the United States. So this is a incredibly important issue in terms of the new global map of energy that we're talking about. But it's also central to America's future economic and industrial competitiveness.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Todd, it'd be great to hear a little bit more about how Fortescue views this market. I know Andrew Forrest's vision and his drive to make this happen quickly, which is incredible, that you have 5 projects underway right now. There are tremendous technical challenges here, and I was hoping maybe you could share a little bit of insight on what some of those are. Hydrogen, more explosive than diesel, difficult to store in any format. We haven't even talked about leakage. Maybe we could talk just a little bit about how Fortescue is solving for that problem. And the ambassador asked an awesome question backstage that I'll repeat. Does Fortescue, looking at their leadership and your leadership in this space, as one in which you're going to be a mining company that just uses hydrogen, or is this a market opportunity for Fortescue in and of itself within hydrogen as a product and all the tools that you're building around it?
Oh, yeah, to answer the second question first, yeah, we see the opportunity here not just to be a hydrogen provider and supplier at large scale, but to commercialise and monetise the lessons we are learning as we decarbonise the mining sector. So the products that we create, whether they be mining trucks, mining locomotives, ships, etc., all have application in the mining sector, but beyond the mining sector. So we see that as sort of the broad suite of opportunities here. And it's important to say, we are decarbonising by 2030 and we're doing so profitably. Right, so we spend $6.5 billion to eliminate carbon from the whole mining operation. The net benefit's around $800 million a year. So it's not doing it out of the goodness of our heart. We're doing it because it can make sense. And if we prove that is profitable, then every other mining company should do the same. There are inevitably, as you scale up any industry, technical challenges. But to the ambassador's point before, let's not be too scared by this sort of any sense that hydrogen is especially problematic. The industrial hydrogen sector exists in the world today. I think 12 million tonnes of hydrogen is produced and consumed in the US right now. There's a hydrogen pipeline network in Texas. The refineries in Texas and California already use hydrogen. The space shuttle uses hydrogen. What we're saying is you can use and utilise the understanding of the safety, of the transportation issues that's already in place, but replace the energy source from being at a fossil fuel source to a renewable source. So we think that's a big part of the story. There are other questions around leakage which are important to address. We're addressing those. We're working with the EDF to make sure that the leakage is manageable. We think it's a minor issue, but one that you need to get on top of quickly. I think the big issue technically is transportation. So transportation, turning hydrogen into ammonia and then back into hydrogen, you get to the other place. That's still quite expensive. So that's one of the sort of the technical challenges.
Can you one of the things that I'm finding, and as I school up on green hydrogen as well, is how little we all understand it. To Ambassador Pyatt's point, talking to Anthony Blinken's breakfast team on schooling up on it. Tell us a little bit about those transportation particulars. So you turn it into ammonia and then you crack it back into hydrogen, and when it lands at its destination. And you mentioned there are a couple of different ways that I'd love to talk a little bit about that transit as well.
So you probably need others to talk more about the technical stuff. But if you go to Rotterdam Port right now and you go to Corpus Christi in Texas, those ports are putting in place ammonia crackers to do exactly that. I'll get the science wrong, but hydrogen is a less dense source of energy. You've got to make it smaller. You can do that by adding whatever is the chemical that turns it into ammonia, transportation as ammonia, and then crack it back on the other end.
Got it. Thank you for explaining.
Andrew, can I expand on a little bit of what Todd's saying here? I think it's really important to be honest about the chemistry of hydrogen, right? It is the smallest molecule. It does have a lower energy density by volume, but it's not a problem, right? These are things that we solve for. And I think about going back to IEA reports a decade ago, and you look at the long-term forecasts of where energy supply needed to be to achieve net zero, and we'd have a huge chunk that was just innovation. And I think, increasingly we have technologies that are filling those chunks, but we're still innovating over a transition, right? This isn't tomorrow. We're talking about large-scale deployment in 2026, 2030, right? And so I think we have an existing gray industrial base of gray hydrogen, and we know that we can flip that into a clean resource. And so I think when you couple the climate imperative and the just ingenuity and know-how that we can deploy over the next couple of decades, green hydrogen really has a viable path here.
Outstanding.
And can I just sort of add, the people who are doing this stuff now are used to these problems.
Right.
So the big mining guys, the big oil and gas guys, they're the people who go into countries and they say, you can't do that. And the engineers find a way to do it. I spent 5 years in remote Panama building a copper mine to export copper to the world. People say, you can't do it. Of course you can do it. The people who solve those tough crunchy challenges are the people who are applying themselves to this specific challenge. The oil and gas industry, the mining industry, big infrastructure projects, sometimes in difficult spots. That's our jam, as they say.
Can I just, Andrew, a quick point to add on this, and I'm sort of reflecting on my time in Greece, where I got to know a lot of billionaire Greek ship owners.
Former ambassador to Greece.
Greece controls 20% of the global LNG fleet. This is one of those areas where urgency matters. Shipping, if it was a country, would be one of the top 10 CO2 emitters in the world. Most ships have a return on investment of 25 to 30 years. So if we want to decarbonize shipping by 2050, we need to start 2 years ago. So, but this is a sector where hydrogen and ammonia is probably going to be one of the key parts of the solution, along with some form of carbon sequestration. And this is where the State Department comes in, because shipping is the quintessential global issue, but shipping has been through transitions before. And I keep saying somebody should write a Harvard Business School study looking at the transition from coal to oil in the global shipping industry 100 years ago. And what are the lessons that portends for this transition away from HFO, away from oil, to green shipping solutions.
And it's so interconnected globally. Maybe you could just share the example of Hanwha and their supply chain, which was a fascinating story. Since you just met with the Korean delegation that was just in town this past week, talking with Chaebol, head of Kaibal, head of Hanwha, about their process and that circuitous line. It's a fantastic story.
So it's another example of how many pieces are moving. And the one big piece, of course, is that the United States is now the world's largest LNG exporter. We are going to retain that status for years to come. So we have to think about the geopolitical consequences of that and how we leverage that resource, both to make our economy more competitive, but also to support our friends and allies, as we've done in Europe over the past year especially. Mm-hmm. But the whole market has changed again because of the Inflation Reduction Act. So in the case of Hanwha, for instance, this is a company that is working on upstream LNG liquefaction in Texas, but they also make ships. And so they are looking at the prospect of how to develop a carrier, a ship that could carry LNG in one direction, but CO2 in the opposite direction. So you could imagine gas, which is going to manufacture green steel in Korea, which is a demand of the European market because of the European CBAM, which then produces CO2, which has to go somewhere, can be loaded back onto that ship, brought to someplace else, potentially the United States, or there also are companies, Chevron, ExxonMobil, are looking at carbon sequestration projects in Australia, in Indonesia. But you take that carbon to someplace else and you store it geologically. So it's just another reminder of how the global energy map is going to look. This is not your grandmother's oil and gas.
Yeah, we're not
industry.
sending barrels somewhere, and completely interconnected and taking advantage of a lot of the incentives that we have put in place in these different markets also along the way, which is fascinating.
And the unique, innovative capacity of America's energy industry. And part of the way I think about my job is just as American companies have led the world globally over the past 100 years of the fossil-focused energy industry, our challenge is to make sure that for the next 100 years, it's also American companies that are leading the way, working with all of the allies and partners that we have around the world in Australia and Japan.
Very smart
and Europe.
Australian companies as well, of course. Very good. On that note, Ambassador, fantastic discussion to learn more about what you're hearing and bringing in globally. Todd, the outstanding work that Fortescue Futures and Andrew Forrest are undertaking in the hydrogen work, and of course, Landon, your perspective from the Atlantic Council and what you're seeing globally. Thank you so much for the discussion and joining me today. Thanks again.
Thank you, Andrew.
And now, please welcome to the stage Vice President of Research for FP Analytics at Foreign Policy, Dr. Maisha Alam, for an interview with Chief Climate Officer and Deputy Assistant Administrator of the U.S. Agency for International Development, Gillian Caldwell.
Hi, everybody. Thank you again for being here, and it's been such a fantastic program throughout the day. I'm really excited to be joined by Gillian Caldwell, who is the Chief Climate Officer at USAID, and in that role oversees all things climate in U.S. development assistance, humanitarian assistance, and more widely. So thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
I'd love to start with better understanding the USAID's climate strategy. We hear that USAID is pivoting to increasingly become a climate agency. What does that mean, and what does a whole-of-agency approach to climate look like for USAID?
Well, let's start with the imperative, which is that the climate crisis threatens to unravel 60 years of development progress. This crisis is jeopardizing our work across every single sector. In the context of our development work overseas, we do work in education, democracy, rights and governance, humanitarian assistance, global health. You could just imagine the kinds of impacts that this crisis is having in all of those terrains. And likewise, there are real opportunities to ensure equity in the context of how we reinvent the world that we live in today. So a year ago on Earth Day, we actually launched our most ambitious climate strategy ever, which takes us through 2030 with 6 very ambitious targets. One is to reduce carbon emissions by 6 billion tons. That's about 1.5 times all U.S. emissions in 2021. We will do that largely through nature-based solutions. So we are going to be protecting and preserving 100 million hectares of carbon-critical landscapes. We're also leading President Biden's emergency initiative on adaptation and resilience, or PREPARE. And in that context, we want to reach 500 million people with life-saving information and early warning systems pertinent to climate shocks. We're also going to catalyze $150 billion in public and private finance to try to, begin to approach the yawning gap in projected climate finance needs of $3 to $5 trillion a year by 2030. And because equity is so core to our strategy, we want to really reshape and advance the opportunity for marginalized communities in at least 40 of the 80 countries where we have a footprint. Briefly, Becoming a climate agency means that every single mission, bureau, and operating unit is being asked to contribute to those targets. They can decide how they contribute, whether it makes the most sense for them to lean in on adaptation and resilience, or whether they have carbon mitigation potential. But all the missions and our global health and education and other teams are right now, as we speak, delivering their proposed climate action plans to advance their work in this area, which largely means contouring programs in new directions as programs come to an end, reconsidering program design to see if there can be more climate benefits, and of course, proactively avoiding negative climate consequences.
Wow, that's fascinating and far-reaching. I'd love to pick up on one particular thread, and that relates to financing and support to LDCs, the most vulnerable, and so on and so forth. This has been a recurring theme of conversation today. We heard about it earlier from the National Climate Advisor, Ali Zaidi, as well as from the Special Envoy, John Kerry. So my question for you is, how exactly is USAID partnering with private sector to mobilize the $150 billion goal by 2030, and where will that money go? Kind of what's the biggest priorities for that money?
Well, we're obviously very much focused on what we can do in the adaptation context to set the stage for more private sector investment there, because only 2% of private sector investment in climate finance at this stage is going to adaptation. The vast majority is going to renewable energy. And not surprisingly, we project that 138 of the 150 billion we will catalyze will be through renewable energy auctions in the many countries where we work. We have already catalyzed over $26 billion over the last decade by providing the technical assistance to design and establish auctions where private sector investors can bid to provide renewable energy to governments in the global south at affordable rates and predictable rates over time. Of course, before we do that, we ensure the kind of enabling environment that the private sector would want to see, further to the conversations we heard earlier about the Inflation Reduction Act and related tax credits and financial incentives. So there will be a lot on in and through the energy auctions. And beyond that, we'll be looking at developing investable projects, at serving as a matchmaker to bring private sector investors to the table with our partners on the ground, and I think importantly, providing concessional finance, something akin to a first loss guarantee or that base pyramid level finance that helps de-risk investments in countries that have higher credit risk ratings. And of course, in that context, we'll be collaborating closely with the International Development Corporation, or the DFC, as well as the Millennium Challenge Corporation, MCC, two other, sister federal agencies.
That's fascinating, and I know we had some conversations earlier related to the DFC's role and kind of this complementarity across institutions. I'd love to go back to another thing that you mentioned earlier, and that related to decarbonization of USAID's work. And so can you talk a little bit about how you're working on emissions reductions generally, and also in terms of, how AID operates globally?
Right. So we do, under our strategy, have a special objective called Do Our Part, and that is focused, as all federal agencies have been asked to, on reducing our own carbon footprint. So we will be net zero by 2050. That's the goal. 30 to 40% of our emissions are through travel, as one might expect, given the fact that we're a global development agency. So we've issued new guidelines to help people really scrutinize carefully decisions to travel, especially air travel, which is so carbon intensive. We're also looking to electrify vehicle fleets, change the source of energy, move to more efficient buildings, and look at procurement and supply chains. Interestingly, if you think about our humanitarian assistance or our global health assistance, they're shipping, vast quantities of product all around the world every day. Can they phase out single-use plastics? Can they move, as they have, from flights to shipping by water, which substantially reduces the footprint? So that's, for USAID's own work and through its implementing partners, one piece of the puzzle. As I mentioned, of the 6 billion tons we want to reduce through our programmatic work in partnership with our partners around the world, 5 billion tons will be achieved through nature-based solutions. That's keeping carbon-critical landscapes such as the Amazon and the Congo rainforest standing. Interestingly, for those who aren't aware, mangroves and seagrasses are even more carbon dense than forests themselves. And of course, there are things we can do in terms of our agricultural work through our resilience and food security team to reduce the carbon intensity of agriculture, which is a major driver of deforestation and carbon emissions. So that's a large share of how we'll achieve those emissions reductions. And then circling back to what I said earlier, through the renewable energy auctions, we're bringing many gigawatts online every year all around the world.
That's great. So many different pathways, and I especially love the idea of focusing more on mangrove forests, which are often overlooked. Let's talk a little bit about the people that USAID supports and the communities. And specifically, I wanted to ask you, how does the agency's climate strategy center marginalized communities around the world in its work? And how is the agency working directly with local communities on implementation when it comes to adaptation and resilience goals?
Okay, well, I think, as I mentioned, equity is really a sort of foundational principle for this strategy. So we have explicit goals regarding supporting Indigenous people in local communities, women, youth, and other marginalized groups. As regards Indigenous people in local communities, of course, Indigenous people steward the vast majority of the carbon-critical landscapes around the world, and studies show that they do so far more effectively than any other stewards, and yet they face consistent persecution. They're thrown off their land. They may be assassinated, frankly, at disproportionate rates relative to their peers from other communities for standing up for their rights. So we really have to invest more in supporting them to sustain their lives and livelihoods in these carbon-critical landscapes. We're also working in places like renewable energy. We have a project called Engendering Industries, which is in Kenya, focused on bringing women into the renewable energy future that I described earlier. And of course, we have studies that suggest that the companies that train and integrate women into these traditionally male-dominated terrains actually see positive benefits in terms of the productivity that they're generating.
I love that last example, because one of the things we've been talking about today is the differential impacts of climate change based on race, class, gender, ethnicity, and so on. And we know that women are the majority of smallholder farmers in the world, and so they're not only disproportionately impacted, but really on the front lines of that adaptation and resilience work. I'd love to end by asking you a little bit about, I'm sure you're traveling all over the world, seeing projects, meeting people. Are there any really innovative programs that you've seen that have really inspired you or excited you, or that you want to really shine a spotlight on, where you feel like, despite the enormity of the challenge, there's a lot of hope to be taken from what you've seen?
It's hard to pick just one. I think one issue that's really on my mind is the need for circularity and a circular economy. If the plastics value chain were a country, it would be the world's 4th largest emitter. I mean, we simply cannot afford to continue producing single-use plastics. And it's not just the production of plastics that's a problem, it's the disposal of plastics. Only a small fraction of the plastics that are produced worldwide actually ever are recycled. And as that waste deteriorates, it generates methane, which is a highly toxic, short-lived climate pollutant. We're doing some really innovative work. We've actually targeted through our Save Our Seas program 4 countries in Asia I think it's actually 10 countries in Asia that represent 40% of global mismanaged plastic waste. And to the equity point, we're working to integrate the participation of women waste pickers into projects that focus on the circular economy. We're recruiting companies to work with us to advance what's called extended producer responsibility across sectors, so that companies need to take more accountability for their production and disposal. And I think we're so incipient in this area, but I think there's really exciting work to be done. And it's exciting that leading companies such as Unilever and Mars are actually on record talking about the need for extended producer responsibility.
I think that's another perfect example of that multi-stakeholder approach and partnership you alluded to earlier. Well, Gillian, thank you so much for your leadership at USAID and the work that you're doing, and also for joining us today and talking a little bit about your work. It's been wonderful to have you.
Thank you for having me, and thanks for sticking around. I know it's the end of the program.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Please welcome back to the stage foreign policy publisher and CEO, Andrew Solinger.
Are indeed at the end of the program. I just wanted to wrap up right now and mention that I learned a tremendous amount today. I hope you did, about climate finance strategies, initiatives from the UN in Pakistan, the administration's transition efforts from John Kerry and Ali Zaidi when we could get him to talk, as well as organized dissent from Senator Merkley. Interesting discussions, I thought, on green hydrogen and nuclear, how to solve for issues around plastics and water, and so much more. Thank you for staying with us. This summit would not be possible without the support of our partners, Fortescue Future Industries, the Minderoo Foundation, NEI, the Nuclear Energy Institute, and of course, Northwestern Buffett Institute for Global Affairs. I want to thank them for helping and support this effort and excellent discussions. And I also want to thank the team that pulled this together. There's a lot of people from FP. It takes a village to participate in this, but I want to give specific shout outs to Julie Espinoza, Mason Adams, and Keely Peters for putting on a fantastic event, and also to Susan Sadagova for bringing together the partners that I just mentioned to make sure that it was able to be sustainable. So thank you so much for joining us. We also need your support, so there are QR codes, little red QR codes on your FP card, some of them on the floor. Please do zap them and subscribe to FP, or come talk to me if you'd like a group sub for your organization. And stay tuned for more climate programming from us. We'll do programming at UNGA in September in New York. We'll also do work at COP28 in the UAE in November, December, and of course our second annual Global Health Forum, which will take place in DC on June 13th. We're still serving coffee and snacks, so please do stick around and network for the next 45 minutes or so, half hour. We have the room. Thank you again for joining us.